just don't know if Burn has the time to set anything up. There's a double leg sweep. Korlek, he actually has no mana, literally 0. Every step of the way, and that's where you can see the pressure on the driftings on his arc, onto Paul, and this could easily be the what is that? What?
He's going to increase his healing output, but he gets stunned on it. Gelu doesn't have Cauterize. He's in a full poly. He has to trick it.
Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody in between. Welcome to the return of the Method Mayhem. My name is Kexman, and we are taking some of the best from across the EU to bring you some very, very exciting games here today. But I am not alone. I am joined by the illustrious Gelu.
Hey, good to be here. I just saw myself lose twice on that reel-in. Saw myself dying to Blizzo. Actually, no, I saw myself sitting on the bench as well, winning, so that was fine. How are you, Liffy?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic. We have some insane matches. I was going to ask you sooner or later anyway how that felt to die in the intro, but we got that covered already, and that just makes me too much excited about this whole evening in front of us.
Yeah, there's some fantastic games coming up, and I also did notice the little clip there in the intro, and I was like, oh my god, I can't believe they did Gelu that badly. Like, why bring that up? Like, it wasn't even a small little thing either. It was like full on zoomed in. Here's Gelu dying straight away in the intro clip. But no, we do have some fantastic games and fantastic series coming up today. Obviously, all about the EU. We do have an NA tournament next week, but EU is pretty close to all of our hearts, realistically. So I'm very, very excited to see exactly what happens today. Liffy, coming to you first. What do you want to see today? What's the one thing that you would go, yes, that's going to make this Method Mayhem tournament just next level if we see this exact thing?
That's a really good question. I'm basically just here to see Win on Blue go hard. I want to see the Ray just get in there, put some condemns out, get some big damage in, win some games. That's what I'm here for. But in general, just give me as much a best of threes as possible. Give me as many games as we can get, because we have some really, really crazy good teams here. It's gonna be super exciting.
Yeah, the level of skill is absolutely it is so high during this entire tournament that no doubt we are going to see some pretty fantastic plays. Gelu, is there anything you're looking forward to in particular today? What is the one thing you really want to see? What you want the audience to lose their minds over?
Well, I want to see my team do well. Tony, Kasu, Relza, and I think they got Tittery as the fourth because I'm commentating. I'd like to see them do well. Not with the mage comps, though, because I'm not playing. But I'd like to see them win with the jungle cleave. I'm hoping that Method EU do a really deep run as well, considering their counterparts skill cat aren't in the tournament. So I think they should do really, really good this tourney.
Yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be real good fun watching these teams go at each other tooth and claw. And obviously, all the games that you're seeing today are going to be a best of 3. And also, special mention has got to be given to the prize pool as well. So the prize pool for this tournament is entirely crowdfunded by you folks. You can use !crowdfund in the chat here, and any donations made to this crowdfunding will go directly to the players. You can find more details of that on the crowdfunding page. So if you want to know exactly how the breakdown works and you want to know exactly when and how this all happens, it's all there for you. And not only that, you also use your subscriptions to the Method channel. So any subscriptions that happen during this tournament, I think it's $2.50 will be going to the prize pool as well. So not only do you get yourself a fantastic ad-free experience during this entire stream, you unlock your sub emotes, and you also get channel points quicker, which means you can add various different things to the Method chat. It also gives an extra little bit of money to the prize pool for these players, which Gelu is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, for sure. It's always nice to play for an increasing prize pool. I think Method put in. I'm not sure how much it put into us, but I know that the prize pool is going up and up and up. We had Uber donating earlier to make that prize pool much bigger than it was previously. It's always nice to have these crowdfunding things going on to support the players.
Oh, massively. And it really adds to the sort of like the community feel of something like this, Lithy, where you honestly, you can, as a player, you're kind of looking across and you're seeing this prize pool just increase, and you know that it's coming from the community that are watching you play these games. And, that's got to be a great feeling as a player.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it just reinforces the feeling that that there's interest from the community there, that the support is there, and just as you mentioned, it first additional $5 rolling in here. So thank you guys already so much for the contributions. But yeah, it also just puts more pressure on the players because hey, now we're playing for something. There's something to win here, so we got to put on the best match and get those big W's.
Yeah, exactly. It's absolutely massive. Uber Blinken, thank you very much for the subscription there. Obviously, as mentioned, the subscriptions, they do give a fantastic amount to the prize pool, $2.50, obviously, and that adds up very, very quickly. So thank you. That was a tier 1 for 6 months in advance as well. That's absolutely huge. 6-month pre-sub, Uber Blinken. Thank you very much. Once again, it is !crowdfund, ! subscriptions if you want to know more about that. But as you mentioned, Lithy, getting those big W's, we do have our first game coming up shortly, and it's a fairly big one because we have a big name coming up in this first match.
Oh yeah, definitely. If Method EU versus Affliction Warlock, that's gonna be a spicy one. Method EU making it to the well, not really global finals, but the global finals of the AWC recently. So they're coming off quite the momentum of the tournament. It's gonna be great to see what they can do here. I'm really curious if there are some new comps that kind of opened itself up since the end of the AWC season. See what new things are coming out. I mean, we've seen some MLD and NA from Cloud9. Maybe some EU teams have picked that up as well. So, that's good.
Yeah. And this obviously is blind pick on Nagrand Arena as well, so neither team's going to know what they're coming up against. Galu, how big of an impact can that potentially make in a game like this?
In a game like this, I mean, I'm not entirely sure who Affliction Warlock are, but I'm pretty sure Method EU are coming in pretty confident. I think they're just going to try out some compositions that they haven't played in the previous AWC, just so they can test some out for the next patch. I don't think they're going to come in with their strongest compositions of Warrior, Holy Paladin, Shatter and stuff. Maybe they'll try to practice some Shatter, as they have been trying to get better on that recently. But I don't think they're stressing too much about this series. This is the first one of the day.
Yeah, obviously a fantastic opportunity for them to kind of really stamp their name on this tournament. If, I mean, their name is technically already on it to a degree, but, really kind of really putting their foot down and saying, hey, this is technically our home turf. We're not going to go easy on you in any way, shape or form. And it really puts that message out early, Lithy, that they're not here to, they're not here to sort of, no team is realistically here to lose, but they're not exactly here to kind of take it easy, if you will.
Yeah, absolutely not. But still, even though if it should go south, which we've seen before, we've seen some crazy upsets come out of some of these community tournaments in recent history. So there is potential for anything to happen. But we're playing double elimination, so worst case, someone has to fight through the lower bracket, which definitely is just as entertaining. Just add some extra spice. But that first game, yeah, as you said, stamp your name on the first round on the tournament. Say that you're here to play, that you're here to win. First impressions are important.
I mean, if this isn't a 3-0, I will eat this tube of toothpaste.
You heard it here
first,
folks.
If you don't win,
you can.
I'm in the mouth.
You can start
3-0.
eating. It's best of 3, so we're going for 2-0 max.
Yeah,
sorry,
exactly.
Man.
Yeah, it's best of 3, so you might as well just start. When you say eating the tube of toothpaste, are you eating the packaging as well?
I'm not eating the packaging. I'm not some sort of heathen. I'm going to eat the minty freshness.
Oh, I'm not some sort of heathen. I'm just going to eat this entire tube of toothpaste.
Yeah, that's how confident I am.
Pick one. Which one are you?
There's nothing wrong with eating toothpaste.
Nothing wrong with eating.
I'll pass on the toothpaste.
Any dentists in chat that can confirm whether or not you should eat toothpaste?
And then we need a confirmation if you're on one of the 9 or one of the 10th dentists.
Oh yeah, because it always says 9 out of 10
dentists.
dentists, doesn't
Yeah.
it? It's never 100%. They can't agree on anything. But I think we can all agree that, you know, as not to kind of be disrespectful to Affliction Warlock here, but you know, Method EU, as you mentioned, Lithy, they made it to the the AWC Grand Finals. This is a team that knows exactly how to win and how to move on, and you know, it's, if I'm on Affliction Warlock side, I'm realistically thinking we don't have anything to lose here, so let's hit this as hard as possible. And you know, I don't want to say there could be an upset, but this is definitely the sort of game where you could imagine an upset happening.
Yeah, absolutely. They got nothing to lose, everything to win, and as you already mentioned, Method EU is a super famous team, so you basically know what to expect from them, and we can see right away the Holy Priest RMP coming out, and on the other hand, Fire Mage Warrior. As we jump into this first game, I'm really curious what Affliction Warlock can pull off here.
Why is there no Affliction Warlock in this game if you have named your team Affliction Warlock? Biggest question of the matchup so far. Looks like Waz kind of stealthing in, looking to try and get that sap onto Decker, a priest, lands a sap, Chaz runs in, the cheap shot onto Bombed Mage, a cheap shot onto the warrior as well, triple CC, they're going onto the Holy Priest, Decker is getting dangerously low, forces out the trinket fade with that combustion from Thesia.
Yeah, really beautiful opener from Method there, but the counter go is coming slowly but surely. Fish Feast has the Blood Rage popped and sets his eyes on Thesia for the moment. Interesting to see as well that Chaz is playing with that Holy Ward to counteract some of that incoming CC, and Thesia getting locked out there. They're kind of looking for their next setup. There's the full blind from Waz, cheap shot on Dekra, boom, bomb is in a full polymorph, big damage on the priest, he's dropping super low. The Angel X-Tree goes pop stream and cooldowns and that. He actually goes down full outburst on Dekara, and that is done. The first game goes towards Method EU in a really beautiful second opener. Just well played. Just well played.
Yeah, it's a very clean game. They force the trinket from the warrior without using blind. They blind the trinket next go, and there's really nothing they can do here. Bombed Mage could have trinketed to peel them, but I guess he knew they had the Guardian, so he thought they were fine.
Yeah, I think we're at a position where we have, you know, I don't believe Method were going to be taking that one easy, and we just saw then that was not the case. They absolutely destroyed Dakara there, and apparently a small frog took the most damage, according to the meters that we have here.
That's
Method EU small frog.
Yeah. F's in chat for the frog, ladies and gentlemen. F's in chat for the frog. But you know, that was kind of what we expected from something like that. You know, just coming out and absolutely, absolutely annihilating the priest there. You mentioned, Gelly, there potentially could have been a chance for a peel there, but I think it was just set up too well for them, where there was realistically no escape at that point. It was just tunneling, and they didn't seem to have an answer to that realistically.
I mean, the warrior overlapped his trinket with the priest, so then, you know, he couldn't peel. Because they ended up using trinket fade in the opener from the priest, and the warrior ended up using trinket intervene as well, which is, you really don't want to overlap that. Which means the next go, the only person that can save them is the mage, who also didn't trinket, so then it's just over. There's a 3-on-1 assault, there's no trinkets available, and the game is going to end.
Yeah,
exactly. Especially against RMP, you want to be on point with your communication. You need to space out your CDs accordingly. Otherwise, you'll just go into their reset and just die flat out because you've overlapped something, which is exactly what happened to Dekara there, and that's just unfortunate.
Yeah, and we see now that we are having a map pick here in this game 2 of this first series between Method EU and Affliction Warlock. How important is this as a map pick, Gallo? Is you know, for a team to get the map that they want? How much will this affect sort of like the composition they play, and realistically what they do in regards to facing off against the other team?
I mean, map pips map picks are very important if you're playing some sort of caster comp or you're playing some sort of melee cleave, if you're playing, double melee, double caster. Obviously, you go to a huge map for the double caster or a small map for the double melee. But when it's sort of this caster melee healer into caster melee healer, it doesn't matter too much. I mean, you're playing the mage on one side, you're playing the mage on the other side, so both teams looking for crowd control. It's sort of a similar matchup, so I don't think the map matters too much on either side.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those where it's not a massive swing in favor of one team or another, but it also kind of gives you a little bit, it makes you sort of settle slightly. You can say, okay, we're picking the map. We know what we want to do. Let's play our game rather than trying to react to the other team. And we do see Hook Point picked here. Lithy, what could you expect from both teams on a map that is as small and tight as Hook Point?
I gotta be quite honest. I don't expect too many swaps in terms of the setups. RMP is just something that has been historically working very, very well for Method EU. So don't see any reason to swap off that. And Affliction Warlock, the Warrior Fire Mage, definitely potential to win against RMP. They, as you usually put it, they just need to play better, basically. And I hope that's what we're going to see. The Warrior definitely will benefit from the smaller map size in terms of uptime. Can reconnect easier to targets and maybe benefit some from that. But apart from that, it's kind of the same as Nagrand for both teams here.
Yeah, and they kind of, I mean, obviously having that first game is always good. I mean, losing it isn't the greatest, but it gives you a lot more information. You can kind of pick out where you've made your mistakes and say, okay, if we tighten up on this a little bit, or if we potentially fix this issue that we're having in this next game, we're pretty much, we're doing better than we were previously. And there's almost a feeling that if you are going through, the losers brackets, people don't necessarily want to go through that sort of scenario. You do want an easier run into the finals, but you almost tighten up as a team because you can learn a little bit more about what is going on.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, more information is always good to have, and it's basically just practice at some point. Know how you want to play against a certain matchup on a certain map. It helps.
They take a very long time to lock in for this second game.
Well, I can tell you that Method have gone... so we've got Holy Priest, Sub-Rogue, and Fire Mage for Method EU at this point. It's just appeared on the screen there. So, obviously, you kind of expected something along these sort of lines to come out again. So, we'll wait and see what we have from Affliction Warlock at this point, whether or not we're going to see a similar setup to last time. But I'd imagine Hook Point, second game, if you're Method EU, you're feeling very, very confident at this point, Gelu.
I think the most interesting thing is they swapped. Well, they're not having swapped, but generally you play RMP with a Disc Priest, as it allows you to have more offensive pressure. Usually, you can spam the smites, you have Dark Archangel. But now that Holy Priest is more in the meta, you have the Chastise for the easy triple CC, just Chastise one target, DB Sheep the other, or Cheap Shot Sheep the other. And you have the huge mind gains from Holy Priest, so actually kind of have more damage from a Holy Priest. It's quite a strange well, not a strange adaptation, but it's a new adaptation for some RMPs, because they generally always run with that Disc Priest, especially on US in the previous tournament for the AWC. They were running with Disc in this matchup, so it's nice to see an adaptation this late into the season.
Yeah, I mean, PvE sends its regards, nerfing Disc damage into the ground, basically.
That is very, very true. It's kind of one of those where you end up seeing, these changes that happen, and it can potentially turn the meta a little bit on its head. And I imagine with 9.1, we will see something similar. Affliction Warlock actually locking in the Arms Warrior Fire Mage and the Holy Priest as well. So slightly different in regards to melee, but Hook Point Warriors are going to be very, very effective. They can charge, they can leap around. There's realistically nowhere where you can hide from them. Do you think this is going to be enough to take it for Affliction Warlock, Lithy, or do you feel as though Method are we're going to see a repeat of match one?
I definitely think they learn from their mistakes and mistake in game one, overlapping a trinket. That sometimes happens, especially if you're not quite sure how RMP is going to open on you, because they're there is different methods and ways to go about these things. And once you kind of get a feeling for, okay, this happened game 1, probably gonna happen again, maybe not. But now we know what we're using first, how we're staggering things when the Trinket Intervene from the Warrior is coming in. So I think Affliction Warlock is gonna put up a much better fight this time around. If that's gonna be enough for Method to beat Method EU. We'll see. We'll see. I'm always a fan of the underdogs, so I'll never say that they have no chance.
Yeah, it's the underdog story is always the story that we want. Galu, do you feel as though it's going to be enough, or is Method just going to do what Method do best?
I mean, Warrior Mage is not a particularly bad matchup into Rogue Mage. You can shut them down quite a lot if your Warrior plays very, very well. Intervene on the go, pre-Blade Storm the CC on him, and peel with Fear. And also, them being the underdog, as you said, could make them win because maybe Method EU get a bit cocky, they Trinket offensively, and then they just absolutely slam to the ground. But other than that, I'm not entirely sure if they'll be able to pull it back, but I guess we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see as we go into the game here. Lithi, what should the people at home be looking out for this match in regards to a potential win condition for Affliction Warlock?
So definitely the combustion from Bomb and Fish Feast with a big avatar damage, maybe a nice cross you see with a polymorph and a Stormbolt on the kill target. And on the other hand, of course, you have Waz on the Rogue, that big Shadow Blades. Once those gets popped, he actually means business. And of course, Thesia on his mage as well. Combustion are just always super dangerous. Bomb's actually finding Waz here early on with a Frost Nova. This the Stormbolt and Fish Feast going ham with the Blade Storm and the offstands. Galu, they could net some defensives here.
They could. Good peeling from Fish Feast here. Manages to get the Battle War Banner on the go, but they just go anyway. Force the Trinket Guardian from Dekara, not even using the combustion from Thesia on that go. Next go, he will surely go down for this combustion, unless Fish Feast and Bomb Mage can peel him effectively.
Yeah, they did get the disarm on the remaining duration of the Shadow Blades there, so good peels there from Fish Feast. As mentioned, there's the Chastise though on Bomb. Fish Feast dropping low, parry goes out, a little bit of damage reduction, kiting away. Waz actually had to vanish out there. There's the blind, they're going in. Dekara once again under fire, and there is the kill. They got the Trinket earlier, Greater Fate on cooldown. Sad times for the Priest on Affliction Warlock, and Method EU establishing dominance here in this first game, looking absolutely solid.
Yeah, that was huge. That CC chain they had on Bomb Mage there was incredible. He was just out of line of sight for long enough for them to realistically put as much damage as possible into Dekara there. Lasted longer than the first match though. It lasted longer than the first match, so that is a plus for Affliction Warlock.
Yeah, Bomb Mage really needs to get the
the
Kleptomania on the combustion because he just gets full combustion every time, and that they've died twice to it now. Needs to Trinket, do whatever he can, Trinket or block, just to purge it off. Otherwise, his Priest is going to go in the bin again for another third game.
Yeah, it was a very, very different opening, though. We saw Waz under a lot of pressure at the start there, and I don't think it was necessarily in a situation that was dangerous, but it felt uncomfortable for Method there, Lithi, in those first sort of like 10 seconds, 10, 15 seconds, where if things had aligned slightly differently, we could have been talking about a potential game 3 between these two.
I mean, there is no worse case to be in as a rogue if you get caught out in the open before you can open out of stealth. If that Frost Nova hits you and gets you out, and the warrior sits on you, he's like, "Oh, hey, nice HP bar you had there." And that's basically what happened, and they managed to recover from it without burning too many defensives, which is well played by Method. But of course, a little bit of a mishap and good reaction from Bonge there.
Yeah, they did, they did very, very well realistically. Going up against Method, as you mentioned, a global AWC finalists, they, whenever you come up against a team of this sort of caliber, it's always going to be difficult. But, got to give credit to Affliction Warlock where it's due. They definitely didn't, I wouldn't say they rolled over in any way, shape or form. They definitely took the fight to Method. It just didn't work out for them on this occasion.
Yeah, I mean, Method were probably the highest seed team coming into this, right? So, no surprises that they dropped down. Maybe in the losers bracket they can pick up some wins.
Yeah, and as mentioned in the losers bracket, you do kind of almost have a little bit of time to, you have a little bit more time to get a little bit tighter. You can kind of learn more about the teams that are going on. So, it's pretty, it's pretty big for a team, to have that opportunity in the losers bracket. It's not just another chance at a final; it's a chance at kind of becoming better as a team. And when you become better as a team, it's always going to work out. It's going to work out in the long run, realistically.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, you get an opportunity to see the other teams play throughout the day, already kind of like scout out the team you're facing next. See what they play, see what actually makes them lose, and if that helps you out, then you're lucky.
Yeah, exactly. Well, before we go, folks, we are going to take a short break shortly. I do obviously want to mention the prize pool. Obviously, prize pool is all crowd-funded by people like you here in the chat. Exclamation point crowdfund. 100% of all donations will be sent to the players. You can find breakdowns, everything like that on the crowdfunding page. I do recommend you go and check it out and help these players out in this in this tournament. Give them a little bit more to play for. Always fantastic. And as well, if you are enjoying and you do want to represent Method out in the world, exclamation point merch. You can find some fantastic t-shirts. There's a really, really comfortable looking hoodie in there as well. I do recommend you go and check that out as well. We are going to take a short break, but when we come back, we will have another game in this Method Madness. Method Mayhem even, not Method Madness. What am I? Method Mayhem.
Almost.
Ah, what a perfect evening. The Method Twitch channel is live, and as we all sit around in chat, all cozy watching the stream, we think to ourselves, how great would it be to be part of the fastest growing community on Twitch, earning exciting rewards such as merch, VIP in the chat. Any VIPers? You could join the actual Method Guild. Yes, you in the chat right now could join the guild. You could even join our next Method party or get one-to-one coaching with your favourite Method player. Get exclusive access, roundtable discussions with our players and extra Q&A sessions with streamers or raiders. Twitch watch parties together as a community. And of course, exclusive channels in our Discord only available to community members. Not just that, we want you to have extra opportunities to grow your stream and your community with the support from the community and the Method team. Or better yet, you could learn to put on your own events by joining the Method Broadcast Academy, as well as participating in community events. But most of all, and honestly my favourite part of being in the community, is you can make friends. Whether you just want to play games together, watch the streams together, stream with others, you can join the community today and start your journey. Sign up at method.gg/community.
What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? Is it too late? Is it too late to color feelings that have faded? Complicated. I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love. I need no second chances. I'm tired of romances without love. So where do we go when we can't find our way? I don't wanna be alone. I need you tonight and I don't wanna wait. I want you to show me the way. 'Cause I'm a satellite around your love. Tonight, nothing's gonna bring me down. As long as the stars in the sky, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes. It's breaking my heart, it's breaking my heart to see you acting like you don't care, like a nightmare. What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love. I need
Okay. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Method Mayhem tournament. The return, it's been the first tournament of the year so far from Method in regards to Warcraft, and we have seen game one between Method and Affliction Warlock end rather quickly, but we do have another series coming up now between Reload Esports and SE Panthera. It's going to be very, very good fun, and of course the prize pool is all... I'm being told.
Kind of swap that, Kexman.
I think that one's My Way Bad RNG. I've been told two different things in that regard. So yes, we are having a game between My Way and Bad RNG. That's very, very, that's quite interesting that's kind of happened. But here we are, My Way versus Bad RNG, and obviously the prize pool is all crowdfunded, as you saw before we came off break. But not only that, any subscription that that you get during this tournament, we are adding some money to the prize pool, $2.50 per subscription. So not only do you get an ad-free viewing experience, you get your sub emotes, and you also get extra channel points during that time frame. You also help out the prize pool for this tournament for these fantastic players. So it's the perfect time to subscribe. It's the perfect time to subscribe to the Method channel. Obviously, blind pick, Nagrand Arena. It's a bit of a neutral area, Galu. Who could you imagine coming out on top here?
I've got some insider information from My Way, as that Kasu is asleep. So it looks like it might have to be playing with Tittery and Tony today, which I don't know. I think there might be some FMP gaming going on, and I'm pretty sure Bad RNG are Ret Warrior, if I'm not mistaken. So this might be a bit of a tough matchup for them.
That could be very, very interesting. We do have, I believe, the names on the screen are currently swapped at this point in time. We'll get that fixed as quickly as we possibly can. But having your fourth player asleep, surely that can't be good. Or is it potentially they're saving him for later on, where he's going to be fully energized after his sleep? He's going to be ready to go, and it'll just inject that right amount of energy.
I mean, he's the fastest hunter in the world, so he gotta turn up to play when he wakes up. I had to have no doubts about Castle there.
That is very, very true. That is very true. It's you see sort of like the level of the of the players that we know are in this tournament. Having this blind pick again, we've spoken about the importance of having these, basically kind of putting your foot down and kind of saying, no, this is going to be how we're going to play. You're going to have to react to us. How important is it, Lithy, for these teams not only to do it in this series, but to have the rest of the teams that are watching these go, okay, we know these are going to be potentially a difficult hurdle for us. We want to avoid them as much as possible.
Definitely important, of course. As we established in the first series, if you come out swinging, no one is gonna underestimate you, and you're not really likely to risk losing a series just because you don't perform up to standard or don't give 100% for the whole thing. And in general, well, I'm really curious how My Way is gonna play here, especially if Kazu is actually asleep, as rumors have it. So we've seen FMP from them before that looked pretty interesting. So yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be spicy, that's for sure.
I imagine. It could be the bluff. Maybe he's not asleep. Maybe he's gonna suddenly appear in this game one, and they're gonna have to, they're going to have to deal with him. The nap bluff is potentially coming to play here.
Do you think he can play BM Hunter as effective while rolling his head in his sleep on his keyboard than when he's awake?
Might not be able to land traps.
Yeah, I don't know. Traps might be difficult. Traps might be difficult, but realistically, realistically, as a hunter, don't you just face roll anyway?
Yeah, I usually die to hunters without getting trapped, so that is...
Yeah, exactly. But
and what MMR do you play at?
Let's talk more about the Grand Arena at this point. I feel
my lawyer recommends to not comment on that.
But yeah, as we see, My Way, Bad RNG here in the Grand Arena for game 1 of this best of 3 series.
Right, Tony immediately jumping the red here, getting a rake stun out, getting some bleeds out, and yeah, there is the first Seraphim, and I'm really curious if the red can land that big one-shot here in their opener, Gallo.
Yes, looks like we're facing Ret Warrior Holy Priest into the Fire Mage Feral. Kasu is asleep. Fintius forced into the bubble so very, very early, choosing to bubble before the trinket of the Holy Priest, and that's only from the combustion of Tittery. He's going to be able to farm that back before the next bubble, and I mean, there's a win condition right off the back. That's 40 seconds in.
Yeah, and there is the soul shape immediately. Tittery getting away from that red burst as much as possible. Crims is getting swapped to now, though, maybe a little bit of danger, but the Greater Fate is still ready. Serenity's flying out, and he, of course, still has that Apoth ready. There's the full hodge that might net them a trinket. He gets out of that one with a human ratio, so that one is on cooldown for now. Nice maim stun on Fintusius. He's dropping low. There's big damage. The Guardian Angel gets actually used and popped. So this red under fire like crazy. Not having a good time because Tony is taking some bites out of him.
Fintius is dropping very, very low here. Full sheep onto Furlit. He can't get out of that. Another chastise stun onto Fintius. The bash onto Furlit. Looks like he may be able to recover here, though. And at the same time, they forced the cauterize from Tittery. The counter pressure from Bad RNG on that go was quite large, but now they have no defensive cooldowns. No trinket from Furlit onto this clone. Fintius, he's got the small wings up as they try and get some damage out, but he's going to the bop. And he just drops down in the second combust of Tittery, as I predicted.
Yeah, Bob does not save you from that magic damage. He gets lit on fire, and the game is done. But yeah, as you mentioned, really, really good turnaround damage on Tittery there from Bad RNG. So you definitely have to watch out with the Red Warrior damage that goes out there. But yeah, the Guardian Spirit getting procced there early for Fairlit, that was unfortunate. I think a big factor of why the Red got just straight up murdered there.
Did anybody see what caused that cauterize there? Because I was watching and then all of a sudden I just saw Tittery just sprinting about the place, flames leaping from
Shield of
behind it.
Vengeance.
It
I
was,
think they were bursting into the Shield of Vengeance. I think it might have popped in for like 20k plus.
yeah, it just suddenly came out of nowhere. No, that was an absolutely fantastic game there. We saw a lot of cooldowns, you know, that very, very early bubble, as you mentioned, Gellu, 40 seconds in and all of a sudden you're managing to get the bubble. That's a big get in a game one of a series.
Oh yeah, for sure. They should not be able to force that cooldown that early. That's on kind of the fault of the warrior not peeling enough, really. Also, I think the target choice from the Bad RNG was not very good. They're kind of going on the priest. However, that does let the mage have full free reign of the map. When they forced the cooldowns, they didn't even CC the priest. The mage is just running at the priest. The priest is running away from him, and they forced so much stuff just from having the mage just blocking his path. So they really need to focus their target choice up and tunnel the mage instead to really lock him down and stop him from playing the game.
Yeah, and looks as though apparently we're having no Kasu today. Seems as though he is hibernating, apparently. So we'll see exactly how that pans out. I believe, you know, Tony saying that he's going to open his door if they do lose. So I imagine Kasu is like break glass in case of emergency. He's currently in one of those big glass cases. That's effectively his position at this point in time. Going into the next game, Lithy, what would you say needs to change to potentially see a swing in this series?
I think what Gallo just mentioned, just put more pressure on the mage, keep the mage from playing the game to stop kind of stop those polymorphs going out. That just in general that pressure rolling in. That's going to be a big factor because we've seen the damage Red Warrior can put out here. They forced that cauterize very early on from Tittery, so if they can just keep that up, stay alive a little bit longer, maybe not use the bubble in the first 30 seconds, then they should be looking absolutely solid going into the mid game here. And apart from and starting there, it's really the big question: can FMP keep up with the crazy damage that Red Warrior can put out?
Yeah, the amount of damage that was coming out there, and you saw in those damage meters previously, you saw just how much damage Finn was pulling out on that Ret Pally. Unfortunately, he was the first one to go down. Obviously, that early bubble potentially playing a part in that, but we are moving on to the ruins of Lordaeron for this map pick, having this area that is effectively almost, the middle area where you can just kind of dance around. You can avoid a lot of various different ranged abilities if you are, if you're constantly on the move. Do you think this potentially could cause some issues for the Ret Warrior playstyle because they're constantly going to have to keep moving around, or do you think something like this works a little bit more in their favor, Gelly?
Honestly, I think this is a good map for the Ret Warrior. It's quite hard to get crowd control on the Priest on this map because he can line of sight on Tomb. It's quite a small map, so you can go on the Mage fairly easily, and there's not a lot of places he can kite without making his Priest vulnerable to the other Priests as well. I kind of like this map for Ret Warrior, to be honest.
Yeah, it is a very, very good map for sort of like the close quarters combatants, shall we say. And we have seen just how effective Ret Warrior can be in the past in various different tournaments, especially during this period of PvP in World of Warcraft. And Lithy, I think if there's any game where that is going to be effective, it's going to be this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And also kind of looking at dampening here on this map, you have a very, very hard time as a healer to get drinks in, especially with that melee comp Red Warrior just putting out so much damage. So if Crimsbot actually wants to pull out and go back, get a drink, get some sip to regenerate his mana, Tony and Titari need to be on point with their kiting with the off heals from Tony to just stay alive against that Red Warrior, to allow Crims kind of the opportunity to stay away for a while, because you have to go away into the starting area in most cases. Sorry, if you don't want to risk getting immediately cancelled. Warrior Leap is up next to you in just half a second. Red can Freedom Pony up to you if they want to. So yeah,
it does.
Lots
I mean,
of trouble.
Lots of trouble potentially, and you kind of hinted at it, Gelly, about the fact that they weren't going for that Fire Mage. They were letting the Fire Mage just do what they wanted, which is always a dangerous thing. Do you think a map pick like this potentially could force maybe Tittery off the Fire Mage, potentially, knowing that something like this is coming? Or do you feel as though they're feeling confident in his play, just kind of, we know that they let him sit by himself, let's see if they do that again?
He's definitely going to play a Fire Mage, but I mean, if they go on him on this map, he's going to have to use Blinks defensively, and then it's hard to connect the crowd control to the Priest, because the Priest will probably play on the Tomb, and then he just ducks in and out, up and down on it, and you have to connect your Blinks right on top of him, because Blink is a little bit annoying on the Tomb. You can't always get the right line of sight of it, so it's, I think this is an excellent map for tunneling mages on, especially if you have a Priest of your own.
Yeah, and we can see the Fire Mage picked there, obviously, by My Way. And as you mentioned, that's going to be a bit of a juicy target for bad RNG. They're going to have to focus down Tittery there, potentially. And, I mean, as you mentioned, I can't really see anything else coming out of this apart from the Arms Warrior Ret Pally, because it is such a good map for something along those sort of lines where you can put as much pressure on as possible. But you've got to put pressure on the right target, and is that what we're going to see here, Lithy? Are we going to see that Fire Mage pressure, or do you think they're going to try and stick with what they did in the previous game, but potentially having this sort of little area that causes some LOS issues, some line of sight issues? They're going to use that to their advantage.
Yeah, I mean, the mage pressure definitely is going to be a big thing for bad RNG, but you also have some devastating swaps, devastatingly fast swaps from the Red Warrior, especially with that Holy Priest. If you get a big Mind Games go on Tony when he doesn't expect it, if he doesn't get to pre-bear the whole thing, maybe get the Mind Games on his Frenzied Regeneration proc, that's really, really nasty to deal with, especially if Crims is cross-CC'd. And we've seen Ferals flop in like 2 globals, and especially with the Red Paladin, if you just get a random 25k final verdict, then I mean, it doesn't really matter what you play, you're dead.
Yeah, we saw in the previous match just how quickly they were able to get that combustion out from Tittery. But going into game 2 of this best of 3 series between My Way and Bad RNG, Gelu, what's the first thing you want to see out of both teams?
I want to see Tozhug fearing that opener. I don't want them to force cooldowns of the first combust. You've got so many peels for it. And I want to see Tittery kind of get the crowd control quickly onto the Holy Priest, or at least try to. Should be able to get a really good opener with this. Dragon's Breath onto the healer, Chastise onto 1 DPS, Feral Stun onto the third, and get that crowd control instantly. There should be triple CC from My Way, and it should be at least Tozhug's Trinket to peel out in the opener.
We'll see if that one happens as prophesized by you. But for now, they're just slowly feeling their way in, checking if they can find someone. Tony not getting taken out of stealth, but Enthusiast is the first one to get stunned up there with the main cross. You see Dragon's Breath on the healer, as you said, but the follow-up doesn't really come to fruition. There's the combustion from Titari. Enthusiast dropping super low. There's the Shield of Vengeance popped, as well as the wings, and he manages to stay alive thanks to the Guardian Spirit, and Tony getting swapped to that is very dangerous. There's the bear, and almost a kill on Titari as well. The red warrior damage is crazy right now.
Yeah, this is the problem. If you don't get those goes as FMP, you fall a little bit behind. However, they did force a trinket from Furlit, and realistically, they ended up not using a lot on this wings, only the trinket from Tittery, not even forcing that Cauterize. Fintius gets the pre-sank onto Furlit, who gets put into the polymorph. However, the pressure is still rolling onto My Way, as Tittery's not really able to get too much done, as they are now focusing him in this matchup.
Enthusiast coming in with some solid off-fields, topping himself off there while under pressure. That is gonna help a lot, and Ferlit definitely is gonna have a good time here. But the red, once again, under fire. Those feral bleeds, they start ticking like crazy. There's the next maim stun. Dragon's Breath on Ferlit into the full poly. Counterspell on Taz, apparently. So yeah, get that warrior logged out. Don't let him cast. And we're good to go. My Way staying in the game. Maybe some trouble for them now here.
Yeah, I mean, this was the problem from Tozhug. He needs to hold that Stormbolt for those Dragon Breaths, so he is able to prevent the go from range when Tittery does the blink. However, hopefully he holds out for now. We get the full stun onto Tittery, gets dispelled instantly. Necro cross control from Furlit there. Full fear onto Crimsy, though. Looks like Tittery might be dropping a little bit low here. Presses the barriers. They rip right through the barriers. War Banner is down offensively. He manages to War Banner the go, but the full sheep lands onto Furlit, and the bubble comes out from Fintius, and they still have the combustion on the side of My Way.
Yeah, that was a great go by both teams, putting lots of pressure on the Red Paladin and the bubble. That is a big gain here in terms of defensives down. Crims didn't quite get the Master Spell to keep the pressure going, and also going for a drink there. We saw Toz jump back into the entry there to stop that priest from regaining his mana. And now, well, Tittery once again under immense pressure. As you mentioned, Gallo, they just want to lock down the mage, want to get those Stormbolts on the Dragon's Breath and keep him from doing too much harm. But there's the Dragon's Breath into full polymorph. Enthusiast with a Shield of Vengeance that gets popped immediately. Rage stun on him as well. Big pressure from Bad RNG. On Bad RNG, the red dropping lower and lower. All fields are there. There's the ice block from Titari. Forced big damage from Enthusiast. They are staying alive for the moment. Crims needs to invest his Greater Fate here.
Tittery dropping a very low here. Will they get the Cauterize? He uses Soul Shape to get away. The Cauterize is procced. Full fear onto Crimsy, choosing to sit that. A bold move as Tittery can escape with that Cauterize sprint. The game is now onto Tittery. Can he get that Combust back before Fintius and Furlit get their trinkets back? If he gets that Combust, it is a guaranteed win. But Tittery is taking so much damage from Bad RNG right now that I don't know if they can do it. Stormbolt onto Crimsy, chooses the human racial out, the pummel onto Tittery. He just cannot get away from this Ret Warrior, but here is the go. Dragon's Breath onto Furlit, gets War Bannered, not able to connect that crowd control onto Furlit as he does fade away, and My Way's go just got completely shut down by Bad RNG.
Yeah, really well played by Bad RNG. They didn't even trade the parry or the rallying cry from the warrior here, but also Titari's combustion still not quite ready. That's up in 5. He's basically just getting out one more fireball for that to be ready. Tony spreading those bleeds. He is sticking on Fintusius, pre-bearing the damage that he saw coming in there. Ferlet getting bashed up. Mind Games go. Crims is in there. Barry maims some of Fintusius. Big damage on the red. Big trouble for Bad RNG. Can My Way take it home here? Match point for them. The red is dropping lower and lower. Guardian Spirit is invested there as well, and the off-fields are going to keep him alive, but there are the wings. There's the cross damage. There's the turnaround on Titari. He goes into the seat. Get him out. Done. We're going to game 3. Bad RNG. They had some good RNG there.
That was some really, really solid play from both of those teams. I don't think I've ever seen a game where a mage has been so close to proccing their cauterize without actually proccing it in about 2 or 3 occasions. But as you mentioned, Gello, in that previous match, the key point there, the amount of pressure they were able to put on Tatari on his fire mage.
Yeah, you just gotta keep him shut down. If you let the mage play the game, then he just wins the game solo. Some really good stops from the Warrior of Bad RNG this game, though. The entire reason that they are able to live here is because of these good War Banners, these good Storm Bolts, and the good Fears just connecting onto Tittery, denying him getting that setup. So as long as he plays well, as long as they stick onto the mage, then I think they can for sure take this.
Yeah, I mean, you can take a look there in the damage done. Titari, normally you'd expect a fire mage to be much, much higher, but with the amount of pressure that was coming through Fintusius and Toz, Titari just had absolutely no opportunity to get his proper setups, and I think it's kind of reflected there in the amount of damage. You can see Fintusius there far and above the rest of the players during that entire thing, and it was then sort of mirrored in the enemy damage taken. You can see just how much Titari took compared to Tony in that match, Liffy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's just what happens if you're a mage and you're under fire. That's not a fun situation to be in. And yeah, didn't quite work out. Tony was able to get some good off-fields in there to keep his team alive, but in general, Fintusius doing a phenomenal job keeping himself alive throughout that game as well, much better than in game 1. Those clutch Words of Glory, especially with the Guardian Spirit coming in there every now and then, just 0-100 topping him off, definitely helped to keep them in the whole matchup and just carry the momentum forward. And then, I mean, let's be honest, Red Paladin does what Red Paladin does, and that is straight up murder people.
Yeah, exactly. And you've also got to take a look at, the game 3 that's coming up. Both of these teams have seen what happens if you ignore the Fire Mage, but then they've also seen what happens if you just spend as much time as possible on the Fire Mage. And, there were definitely a couple of times during that match where Fintusius and Toz were close to potentially dropping. There were a couple of setups that worked really well for Tatari and for Tony, but again, it's going to be very, very difficult to call it in this game 3.
Yeah, I think you either take it to a really big map and you just try and dampen it out as the FMP. Yeah, here we go. They go to Tolvir. So you either just spam crowd control the ret, you spam crowd control the warrior, you get combust, then you just reset combust, spam peel yourself until dampening, and then eventually they just die to combust through healing. Or you would take it to a small map, which they haven't done, and you just focus more on your priest getting the crowd control. Because when you're told as the mage, you kind of need to swap roles with your holy priest. You say, okay, you go for the crowd control and the healer, I'll CC the warrior. You Dragon's Breath the warrior as the mage, and you tell your priest to go for the chastise fear on the healer, which is really something they should be doing, as if the mage tunneled this hard.
Yeah, and going into, obviously, game 3, just want to point out as well, the prize pool is increasing and it's all crowdfunded by you folks in chat. Just use !crowdfund. All of your donations, 100% of that goes to the prize pool, and any sort of information in regards to, how this prize pool is split can all be found using the !crowdfund, going through to that page there. Game number 3, this is, these are the sort of games that players really live for. These, on a knife edge, knowing exactly, you either, if you win, you're through to the winners bracket, fantastic, you have that easier run into the final, or if you lose, you do drop down to that losers bracket, which makes your life a little bit more difficult. And it's, the Tolveron Arena is absolutely perfect to potentially get a little bit more distance on the Fire Mage here, give them a little bit more sort of like leeway to potentially avoid the amount of damage coming out from the Ret Pally and the Arms Warrior. If we do see the Ret Pally and the Arms Warrior coming out from bad RNG, I don't see any World Galley where we don't see that realistically, but it's the perfect time for them to potentially put their, to really put a mark on this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, these players are not particularly well known to me. I'm not entirely sure if they play anything else, but to go back to what you said, the games people live for, I don't think this map is what Ret Paladins live for. This map is horrible for Ret Paladins. He's going to be completely stuck in no man's land in the middle of the map. Tittery's going to be kiting him out across. He's not going to be able to do much about anything, really. You got to remember, these games are on live as well, so they can't pick their covenants to what they want. Because if it's on Tournament Realm, maybe you would go for the sort of Necrolord Warrior, and then when you connect, you get those huge mastery goes, and you just completely blitz them out. But here, they're on live. I'm pretty sure he's playing Venthyr, so that Ret Paladin is not getting much assistance from his Warrior in terms of damage when they connect.
Yeah, the Warrior is going to be yelling for him to keep up as he leaps across the entire arena, charges all over the place. Meanwhile, the Ret Pally's there just jogging slowly, making his way towards Tatari as he blinks away. And we can see My Way there locking in the Feral Druid and the Fire Mage as we kind of expected. Would you say that Tolveron Arena, Liffy, is realistically the best sort of arena for a Fire Mage where they do have as much open space as that they can possibly use?
I mean, it depends on the matchup, because as a Fire Mage, you want to be able to get crowd control. However, if you're in this sort of matchup where you just want to spam out damage and bring the game out to dampening, then yeah, sure, it's fine. How about you, Liffy?
I mean, I'm obviously the resident Fire Mage expert here, so no, I'm completely on board with you there. Might not be the perfect map, but for their intents and purposes that they have here, My Way surely did the right pick, and I'm really curious to see how that plays out, because let's be honest, historically, Crusades through the desert haven't really worked out for anyone very well.
Yeah, that's true. And we do see the Arms Warrior Ret Pally locked in there by bad RNG, so you can imagine there's going to be a lot of chasing going on during this map. Do we think we're going to see dampening, Liffy, on this map, or do you feel as though it's going to be it's going to be a quicker map than what we've seen previously?
I mean, it's a coin flip, really. You definitely have enough burst on both teams to just end it in a heartbeat and be done after 30 seconds. But at the same time, you have the potential to absolutely just kite it out as the Feral, as the Mage. You have the Polymorphs, you have the Cyclones that you can't really get out of unless you want to invest a Master Spell on that, which is pretty hefty in terms of mana costs. And on the other side, you have immense off-heals from the Ret Paladin, which is going to help Feral to stay in the game as long as possible. Of course, Tony, decent off-heals as well to keep his team alive. And yeah, it really all comes down to how well can bad RNG connect their cross CC, how well can they connect their setups, and how well can My Way kite it out and just get away from the whole thing and just slowly but surely starve them.
Yeah, and if you're on the side of My Way, you have this Fire Mage, you have this Feral Druid. Galu, if you're a part of this team, who are you looking at from bad RNG and saying that is our target? That is the person that we want to get this W on?
Well, this is my team. So, I mean, I would just kill the
If you were
Ret
playing
Paladin.
in the team. If you were playing in the team, shall we say then?
Yeah, I mean, I would focus the Ret Paladin majority of the time, maybe swapping on the Warrior if he goes into battle stance, or if he intervenes. But mainly I just focused on sheeping both to, full duration until dampening, getting combust back, sheeping again, getting combust back, sheeping again, because realistically, the short game, you shouldn't really win into this.
Yeah, it's obviously going to be difficult for Fintusiast to get around this map. However, I imagine if they are able to get a good stun off and they're able to potentially get some CC across the board, then you could see some trouble coming out, because if Tatari's caught up by himself away from sort of like any form of peel or any sort of like help from any of his other team members, Liffy, it could get very, very hairy for him very quickly.
I mean, just look at Enthusiast on the Red Paladin, and then look at anyone on My Way. And if he connects with the right CC setup, with the right CDs ready, he's literally gonna one-shot anyone on that team. There is no one on that team that has enough defensives to just outlive that burst, unless you get a Bark Skin Bear with some off-heals out, or a Greater Fate in there as Crims. You're just gonna get completely one-shot. So you always have to watch out there. Other than that, well, My Way, I've already mentioned it. They can kite, they have the off-fields, they have immense amounts of CC, so just starving them out definitely gonna be the plan here. And other than that, well, Crims with the Mind Games go, Tatari with a big combustion, Tony getting those bleeds out, maybe get a Cyclone in the right moment. Definitely a lot of dangerous potential there coming out from My Way.
So, going into this match, obviously it's 1-1, final game of a best of 3. Are we going to see the RNG potentially go in the favour of bad RNG, or is it going to go the way of My Way? Gelu, you first. Who's winning this one?
I would say My Way would win this one.
And Liffy?
I'm also gonna have it My Way and say they're gonna win. Gotta keep the. Gotta hold to my buddy Tony there. They got this.
It's gonna be a very, very interesting game, but here we are, game number 3 of this best of 3 series here. We're going in, it's all to play for. The loser drops down to the lower brackets, the winner carries on in the upper brackets. My Way versus Bad RNG.
Alright, starting up in just a few seconds. I'm really curious when they are going to start landing the first CCs on a bad RNG, because yeah, I can't imagine the Red being very happy caught open field against Fire Mage Feral and just not being able to connect to anyone.
And the main problem last game was they weren't able to connect the Chastise when they got the Dragon's Breath, so Tozhog did end up peeling the opener, so hopefully they can connect that triple 3-2-1 crowd control this time. It's not particularly hard to do if they can get the timing right. So let's see if they can get it. Here it is, the 3-2-1. Dragon's Breath and the Thurlet. Not able to get the sheep, as Togzag does trinket and stop Tittery on that. Really well done by him. Gets a sheep anyway. The combust pop from Tittery. That is the Shield of Vengeance from Vintius and the trinket from Thurlet. And that's a pretty good opener. But they get the block as well.
Yeah, the Necrolord Warrior up coming in huge. Titari with a beautiful altar time, bouncing him back from a 1 HP to full basically, but they still managed to force the ice block afterwards. Grimm's securing his mage there with a beautiful grip during that frosty intermission. But now Holy Priest a little bit of a inline there on the cast. It's unfortunate, but hey, you can deal with it, especially with that Venthyr Soulbind. You reduce the duration on that one, and Fairlet has to invest his Greater Fate there to kind of cross over to the pillar and put some pressure on Titari here, who is just sitting in the arms of the warrior for the moment, trying to connect the next polymorphs. Not quite landing. Actually landing on Fairlet there, out of camera. Follow-up Cyclone. Maybe they can capitalize on that one.
It seems like they're just trying to stall for now until Tittery gets combustion or his defense is back. Hitting the warrior as he does not have trinket, but here is the go from Bad RNG. The Stormbolt onto Crimsy, the Hodge onto Tittery. There's the Cauterize Force, and he just dies straight through the Cauterize. Tony not able to heal any of that.
That was brutal. That seed didn't even have an opportunity to exist. It just got wiped off the face of the earth straight away. That was huge.
Yeah, Crossy sees Stormbolt here on Crims, Hodge on Titari, the Chastise on Tony is just good night for the mage there. Well, Bad RNG definitely having it their way right now, and with that moving on through the upper bracket, looking to square up against Method U next. Man, I did not expect My Way in the lower bracket after round 1. Holy hell.
You look a little bit put out there, Gelu. I'm not gonna lie. You look. I could see it on your face there. There was a little bit of like they're in the lower brackets. I could. There was. How do you feel about that?
He's
Game
gonna
was
have a
very
word with the
surprising.
producers later on to replace that clip in the intro with that one just now.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the damage done here, you can see Fintusius there being incredibly potent, doing, you know, so much more damage than everybody else. It's absolutely huge, and you can see on the damage taken there, Tittery taking the most amount of damage realistically. That was their focus. Were we expecting it to be that quick?
No, I don't think the game should be that fast at all. They try to play too aggressive when they had their cooldowns forced, and then they paid the price for it, unfortunately.
Are we breaking open Kasu? Is this an emergency, Gelu? Are we
Maybe
breaking
you have
open
to
that
break
glass?
the glass, get the axe, get the hunter out. Hopefully Tony can kick his door in or whatever he was planning to do and actually get him awake.
I've just got a vision of Tony opening the door now. Kasu, nice and you know when you're nicely asleep and you're really comfortable, you're in that, and then all of a sudden Tony's going to walk in and just be like, "It's your fault, and he's not going to know what is happening. And I feel as though, you know, when you take a nap during a tournament like this, there's always that danger. But no, you know. Gotta say, bad RNG, you know, they played that very well. They were able to get as much pressure as possible, and you know, that seed just got absolutely annihilated. We see in the brackets now moving up to face Method EU, as we see My Way drop down to the losers bracket, facing off against Affliction Warlock.
Yeah, and I think My Way maybe got a little bit surprised with the Necrolord Warrior there in the opener, because we touched on it pre-game that the bonus damage the red gains from the mastery, and of course the movement speed definitely is going to help. And even though Titari had a massive auto time there, it didn't save him from getting that ice block procced. And I guess just too much pressure in the early game there, and of course the bracket looking absolutely solid, and Method EU measuring up against a red warrior. It's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. We do have another best of 3 series coming up after this break, but obviously during the break I do want to say, if you do potentially subscribe to the Method channel during this time frame, during this tournament, we will be adding more prizes, more prize money to the prize pool, $2.50 per subscription. Not only do you have an ad-free experience, you also unlock the sub emotes like the very fancy Method Way Cozy, M-Way Cozy, and you're also able to earn channel points at an accelerated rate as well. So we're going to be taking a short break, and when we come back, Method Mayhem continues.
Ah, what a perfect evening. The Method Twitch channel is live, and as we all sit around in chat, all cozy watching the stream, we think to ourselves, how great would it be to be part of the fastest growing community on Twitch, earning exciting rewards such as merch, VIP in the chat. Any VIPers? You could join the actual Method Guild. Yes, you in the chat right now could join the guild. You could even join our next Method party or get one-to-one coaching with your favourite Method player. Get exclusive access, roundtable discussions with our players, and extra Q&A sessions with streamers or raiders. Twitch watch parties together as a community, and of course exclusive channels in our Discord only available to community members. Not just that, we want you to have extra opportunities to grow your stream and your community with the support from the community and the Method team. Or better yet, you could learn to put on your own events by joining the Method Broadcast Academy, as well as participating in community events. But most of all, and honestly my favourite part of being in the community, is you can make friends. Whether you just want to play games together, watch the streams together, stream with others, you can join the community today and start your journey. Sign up at method.gg/community.
What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? Is it too late? Is it too late to color feelings that have faded? Complicated. I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love. I need no second chances. I'm tired of romances without love. So where do we go when we can't find our way? I don't wanna breaking my heart. It's breaking my heart to see you acting like you don't care. Like a nightmare. What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love. I need no second chances. I'm tired of romances without love. So where do we go when we can't find our way? I don't wanna be alone. So what do we do when we're lost and depraved? I need you to show me the way. 'Cause I'm a satellite around your love. Tonight, nothing's gonna bring me down. As long as the stars in the sky, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes. 'Cause I'm a satellite around your love. Tonight, nothing's gonna bring me down. As long as the stars in the sky, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes.
We watch new things with old eyes, like strangers with no hearts, stuck in our glory days, among strangers building walls. And I speak calmly to the trees, trying to give them hope. And however slowly time destroys our common ground. The surface of the sun needs a golden one, a perfect golden gun for us to be done. Hanging by the moon, we could be that soon. It's perfect and too soon to be roughing you. We hear old words with new ears.
I just don't know if Burn has the time to set anything up. There's a double leg sweep. Korlek, he actually has no mana, literally zero. Every step of the way, and that's where you can see the pressure on and driftings on his arc, on Nepal, and this could easily be the what is happening?
He's going to increase his healing output, but he gets stunned on it. Gelu doesn't have cauterize. He's in a full poly. He has to trick it.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to the EU Method Mayhem. My name is Kexman. I'm joined by Lithi and Gelu, and we are moving on to the next game here in the here in the Method Mayhem. But beforehand, obviously, if you do enjoy repping Method out in the world, then take a look at some of the merch they have available. Exclamation point merch in the chat. There's some fantastic designs there, all available for you. And you want people to notice you repping Method out in the world. This is the perfect way to do it. But without further ado, we are going into Reload Esports, I believe, versus SC Panthera, obviously, and Reload Esports. Obviously, blind pick on the Grand Arena here. We saw a fantastic series previously. Lithi, do you think this one is going to hold up as well?
It's definitely gonna be a tight series. Personally, I'm a big fan of Reload Esports. Kind of influenced by my German co-casters there on the AWC desk, because my buddy is a big fan of Eli. Mercy putting on a massive performance, and Lontar. I mean, who doesn't know Lontar by now? He is an absolutely great healer, and I'm really curious what they can pull out on this tournament day. On the other hand, SC Panthera, if you follow the open bracket for the AWC qualifiers every now and then, they are a team that you have seen. They are very, very close every time to making those to that top 8. So that's a team you need to watch out for, definitely.
And with this blind pick on the Grand Arena as well, would you say that this is as close as you can get in arena terms to a neutral arena, Gelu? Not too big, not too small, a couple of areas you can, line of sight around. Is this as neutral as you could potentially get for the arenas?
Yeah, I think so. It's probably the most balanced map. There's no two axis, like ZY axis. You can't pull up and down if you're a monk or a warlock or something. You can't just abuse that. It's not too big, so you don't get super kited if you're a melee. It's not too small, so you don't get completely tunneled to the ground if you're a healer. It's pretty solid either way. But before we get into this, can we not call Zeepai Shigen Basta? Because that's gonna throw me off the entire time.
What's wrong with that?
Zeepai, oh my god.
It's just not his name, is it?
Yeah, I literally would have missed that. That is the Zeepai if we had Shigen Basta on that one for the whole tournament. Would have been like, wait, you played in that tournament? What is going on?
Yeah, there we go. Chicken. Could we just call him Chicken Pasta?
Chicken Pasta? Oh,
Chicken
boy.
Pasta. It sounds just as good.
Now I'm hungry. Thanks, Kexman.
No worries. It's yeah, I like chicken pasta.
I think I'll call him Zeepai.
I'll be
it's
on board
changed
with
now.
that.
There we go.
There we go.
Chicken pasta or riot. Not
Yeah,
apparently chicken pasta is an unpopular opinion, apparently, in the chat. It's an unpopular opinion, so we'll stick with Zeepai. Going into this, Lithi, again, we've spoken about, the importance of this first map advantage in this best of 3, especially on a blind pick as well. We haven't seen any teams that have changed things up after the first map. Do you think that, there is potential for that? Do you feel as though there are some teams that may do that if their tactics aren't working out exactly as they wanted?
I think it's a bit problematic because for me, game 1 blind pick, you go in with a theory of what the enemy is going to play, a theory that you're going to play, that it's going to work well, and you try to execute that. Usually after that, especially for comps, in my opinion, that are somewhat even, that are a skill matchup, you can take that second game to kind of feel out, okay, do we actually need to swap comp, or do we just need to play better to win this? But in the best of 3, that first game blind pick win is just so much more important because you are on match point with game 2 already.
Yeah, and we're heading in
practicing Paladin.
heading into this first game here between Reload Esports and SC Panthera.
Oh, some turbo. You love.
Yeah, I don't usually see Lontar on his Paladins. This is quite exciting to see how he holds up into the RM Paladin of SC Panthera. Not choosing to play Asa, actually playing sub in this RMP. get the full blind onto Lontar. They'll even force Trinket with the full blind, and that is really, really not good for the side of SC Panthera. That's usually CD every single time, so they're a little bit behind here on the opener. Getting the full sheep now, forcing the Trinket on the sheep, so you know what, not too bad, since the blind next time will not line up with Lontar's Trinket. There is an opening in 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's gonna be unfortunate if they get caught on that one, but Lontar not even hesitating with the PvE, dropping super low though, the Rogue under fire like crazy. Mercy gets sheeped up there though on the follow-up. Turbo definitely putting down the hammer for the moment. There wasn't even the cooldowns from Zeepai because he is still sitting on that Ascendance. Grounding Totem, of course, already as well for that next Polymorph cross. You see if they want to avoid that. There's the Dragon's Breath on Lontar. Follow-up sheep is in there. Mercy does use the die by the sword. On Zeepai though, unfortunate situation here for the Shaman. No off-fields for the moment. Lontar is in that sheep caught, but sorry.
I'm not sure what's happened there. I think Lithi is. I'm not sure. I think the action has got too much for Lithi there. He's shut down slightly. Gelu, what? You know, there's been some big moments so far. Obviously, we're seeing a lot of pressure coming through onto Vasky here at this point. Very, very excited to see exactly what these two teams have got coming up early game in this here match.
Yeah, that was a big problem for SC Panthera. It looks like Vasky is falling a little bit low, and PvE RMP has no trinkets. So next go, they could be forcing out some huge cooldowns from the side of SC Panthera. But here is the go, the full sheep onto Lontar, actually forcing nothing from Mercedes, as Shigen Basta was able to just full heal right through the go. The combust from Silly now coming in a little bit late and not really forcing anything with these CDs. That was a really, really poor go from SC Panthera, investing so heavily into it and forcing, well, really nothing.
Well, you can almost argue they choked that go as hard as I just did, and with that, SC Panthera definitely under some fire here in just a few moments. Lontar does have to invest that sack, though, here to keep his team alive, and Silly is the target that gets caught up here. There's the Fissure on him. Lontar getting in there, but Dragon's Breath is there. Silly with a follow-up. Ring of Frost does catch Mercy, who moves into it on his own volition. Gets dispelled immediately, though. So some DR going. Silly gets pummeled and inlined there, and kind of struggling here with the incoming damage. Needs to get away, but decides to just stand, fight, and farm his combustion back. I'm really curious what they can do with his smoke bomb coming out with a blinding light from Vasky as well. Doesn't look too good. One more go that doesn't really go the way of SC Panthera the way they imagined.
Desperation moves from SC Panthera, pulling the smoke bomb without the combust, without using any sort of cooldowns, and, well, they force nothing for their efforts. SC Panthera are now falling to the mana game. They are really on a timer, and they need to get something happening. They need to get some sort of pressure rolling, as they are just getting rolled over. Vasky put into the blinding light from Lontar now. PvE RMP is on the run, manages to get that vanish re-stealth, but they're just turning onto Silly as he sits in stealth. Silly now going offensive. Full sheep onto Lontar, full Kinney onto Mercedes, cheap shot onto Shigen Basta, but they once again force nothing with this entire setup. The combust goes to waste.
Yeah, beautiful fear there from Mercy into the full hacks on the mage. Unfortunate, of course, because he's the only one that can dispel that, but PvE is getting tunneled up here with that big damage from Turbo Avatar running. Mercy gets sheeped up, though, gets a resheep on the dispel, but can't reconnect for now. There's the charge. He's back on Silly, and the Rogue reopens with a nice sheep shot. Double cheap shot on Lontar. Maybe the cross you see triple cheap shot actually coming out there from PvE RMP is fine. Tries to get out with the Door of Shadows, but that's kind of unfortunate for the Rogue. Completely blowing all the steam from that re-stealth there into basically nothing.
Oh no, that was actually a very good go from SC Panthera, because they used it not to get pressure, but to get mana from Vasky. He was falling very behind and is now ahead of Lontar on mana. Lontar getting forced into the bubble here without even having to use combustion. Merely the Shadow Blades from PvE RMP. He still has Shadowy Jewel. They've got combustion coming up soon. Maybe they can force some pressure onto Lontar as they enter into dampening.
Yeah, good point on the mana there. That's absolutely important for Vasky, but he has that sag running immediately. The transfer damage, though, is absolutely insane. He needs to trade his wall as well as the trinket earlier there to stay in the game. Full blind on Zipai. Lonta dropping low. He does have the trinket, but no more bubble. There's the Dragon's Breath coming out, but still he gets pummeled up on that polymorph. VMP, PvE dropping absolutely super low. The rogue under fire. There is the cheat death proc. That's something you don't see every day in Arena. With the duel on Lonta, though, he's going to be fine for the moment, can kind of pull away from the damage Turbo is putting out on him at the moment. But Mercy still has that avatar running, does not catch the rogue. He vanishes out. Full blind, full polymorph. Lonta and the kidney immediately trinkets it. No mana. Is the Paladin gonna die here? This is gonna be close. PSC Panthera looking to close out this first game, but doesn't quite get it. No more CDs left. Lonta on 20%. But manages to top himself off. That was a really good go, and Reload Esports hanging on by a thread here.
SC Panthera, they still have some cooldowns, but they're missing that sack, and the rogue is in big trouble soon. Lontar put into the smoke bomb, holding on to his Blessing of Protection. It is his last line of defense. Silly is getting that combustion back soon, and if he can get a good one, it could score the end of the game for Reload Esports. But Shiggin Master still got his trinket. Mercedes still got his trinket. They have the tools to peel for their healer. Let's just see if they can do it right. But here comes the go on to PvE. RB, the full Hodge, the full Fear of the Vasky, and he just gets taken down just in the nick of time. Lontar was surely gone if this game went on any longer, but has 1 point on the board for Reload.
Yeah, our first game here going into dampening, and what a game it was. And speaking of a cheat death proc that you don't see every day in Arena, Lithy, are you okay? You disappeared. What happened there? Was it the chicken pasta? Was it too much for you?
I wish I had some food here right now, man, but no, I'm not sure. I think I choked the moment I saw that cheat death, but
yeah,
I don't know what happened.
Seeing the cheat death there come out very, very, very unexpected, realistically, but potentially effective. That could have turned the tide for them. Unfortunately, it didn't there. And looking at the damage done here, we can see obviously a lot closer than the previous series. We can see that Turbocleave doing a very, very good job here. We can see, it was spreading the damage out a fair bit, but realistically, a close game between the two, Gelu.
Yeah, it was a close game, but I don't think the sub-rogue is the play here. You see his damage was incredibly low, their setups weren't super great, and Lonta was either way. So maybe if you add in the assassination rogue, you get a little bit more damage out, you get that Mortal Strike effect, and you can actually pull a win out of the hat with that. So I think if they do some spec swaps, it could bring this out.
Yeah, I was gonna say his name is PvE RMP is fine, and then he doesn't play ASAP with the PvE damage. That's a little bit sus right there for me, but we'll see if they change it up. But yeah, you bring up an interesting point there with the assassination rogue, because that spec pumps some crazy damage currently, and that could definitely put Lontar in a little bit more struggle than before.
Yeah, and a key point there, as you mentioned, Gelu, the fact that they were using these setups to give Vasky a chance to drink, and he was able to get a fairly successful drink off. But I don't think there was any point, unless I missed it, where I saw Lontar really going out for a drink to the level of Vasky did, and that the ability to save as much mana as possible, especially going into these dampening phases, I think probably turned out to be key in the end game of this match.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't have to drink because there was no damage coming out onto him. The rogue did maybe 1/4 of either the warrior or the enhance on the side of Reload Esports, so they were just under no pressure at all, really. No one really having to use any CDs apart from Lontar that game.
Yeah, which, gonna see a change going into the second game. I imagine you've mentioned potentially moving over to that assassination rogue, a little bit more damage out there. They've gone Tolver on Arena, obviously something much bigger. Are we potentially going to see something slightly different from both teams? Because having the amount of space that they have now potentially could open up some slight changes, Lithy, as you alluded to there potentially being.
Well, there might be changes incoming. SC Panthera definitely in a little bit of a better position on Tolveron, in my opinion, because they can kite Turbo a little bit more. Kind of open the rogue up for more re-stealths, give the mage more room to work with to not get completely curb stomped there. And on the other hand, well, Reload Esports, it's kind of the same with the Red Warrior we saw last series. You gotta run open field to get there.
Yeah, you have so much space available to you for which you can kind of play around in. The fact that that was the longest game that we've seen, is that an indication that we're going to see something that is just as long in a map such as Tolveron Arena, Galu? Or do you feel as though both teams will have spent that first match potentially almost in a feeling out process, seeing what each other's can do, almost reacting to the mistakes the other teams make rather than overstretching themselves and finding themselves on the losing end in that first match?
You thought that was a long game? That was only about 5 minutes. Wow, we've had a lot longer games than this.
The longest game we've had so far.
I
On
think
this tournament,
on
yeah. Oh,
this
God.
sort of map, you'll have a much longer game than that if everything plays correctly. I'm not sure if Reloaded One would lock in Turbo onto this map, but I mean, other choices they have is playing for Shadow Priest. Could go Shadow Priest Warrior, which is it's a decent pick and it's quite nice on this map. Turbo Cleave, they might get kited, but it just depends what they want to play, really. There's no right or wrong answer currently, because I don't think the comp of SC Panthera can really match up to them at the moment.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens, obviously, between these two teams, knowing that, we saw just how close realistic... Well, I say how it was one of those games where it probably looked closer than it actually was because of the amount of damage that was coming from the rogue there. And Tolveron Arena does give a lot more space, a lot more chance to kite to the Turbo Cleave, potentially not the best pick. But we've seen previous game, the last game of the best 3 series that we had that has just gone. We saw a Ret Pally and an Arms Warrior, and they were able to catch a ranged player off guard. And you get caught out in the open in this sort of map, and you can get torn apart, Liffy.
Yeah, I mean, in general, getting caught out in the open on any map is not a place you want to be in. But yeah, especially here, it's a long way to any pillar to get out of line of sight of any follow-up damage, follow-up CC. If you're far out in the open, you also force your team to go out in the open to kind of peel for you and back you up, and that can lead to some really unfortunate follow-up CC, cross CC, and the swords. But on the other hand, of course, big map also on the side of Reload Esports gives Lontar a lot more room to work with, kind of stay back a little bit out of range and make it a lot harder for the rogue to swap over, so you don't really get these nasty full kidney into cheap shot reopener with a dance that Sub is so known for. So not all is bad on this map for Reload Esports, in my opinion.
Yeah, exactly. And as we wait for both of these teams to lock in their compositions, obviously just want to mention the crowdfunding portion of the prize pool. The prize pool will be increasing, and it is all crowdfunded by you folks in the Method community. !crowdfund takes you to a page where you can find out all of the information, and 100% of the donations you make will be added to the prize pool that is won by the players at the end of this tournament. And your subscriptions as well. Any subscriptions started during this tournament, you will also increase the prize pool by a $2.25, I believe. So obviously, if you want to give these players a little bit of extra cash because they've been putting on some fantastic performances, that is the way forward. We do see Reload Esports going back to that Turbo Cleave. They feel confident on that, Gelu. Is that a surprise to you, or were you expecting this?
I mean, thinking about it, I think Zeepie just wants to play. He hasn't been playing in any tournaments this year, so, if I was him, I'd just be wanting to play every single series, just lock him in, why not? They've already won the first game, pretty convincingly, to be honest, so why not hammer it out again?
Yeah, he wants to get a big bowl of chicken pasta ready to go for this game, and will we see, are we going to see the same sort of team from Panthera Lithy, or do you think they're going to be thinking, maybe we should get a little bit more ranged on this? Maybe we should, potentially switch out the rogue for something slightly more pressure, maybe even potentially an Arms Warrior if they do have one available?
I do think the rogue mage is completely fine. There's definitely a lot of potential there to pull out a win. Especially it is their map pick, so they have a game plan for this whole situation. And there we can see it. They're sticking to the RM Pala with the sub rogue though, so no assassination damage coming out quite yet. But hey, we have some potential. I mean, Waz has presented us with some very interesting cases of the one-shot one-dance build being played in the AWC and just completely blindsiding someone, and the options there are definitely a given. You can just completely nuke Mercy. You can nuke Zipa if he doesn't greed, if he greeds too hard on his wall. Even if you swap on Lontar every now and then, Paladins die fairly easy to swap sometimes, so it's definitely a decent matchup for Panthera here. They have potential to even out the series.
Yeah, and speaking of greed, I can see Bookmark has put 113,000 channel points on Reload Esports to win this. But as we go into game number 2 of this best of 3 between Reload Esports and SC Panthera.
Yeah, that's a team playing that one dance build. They were the 2 more standard. I honestly would play one dance whilst facing this. You get a Shaman's Trinket, you just instantaneously win, but it seemed quite hard to get it in the first game regardless. So they're going with what they played with in the first game. So see if they can do a little bit better.
Yeah, there's the Sap. They're looking for the opener. There's a full kidney on Lontar. Immediately bobs himself, but still the damage coming out from the combustion is intense. Big trouble for the Paladin. Gets out the Divine Toll, though tops himself off. Mercy peels with a full fear as well. And Reload Esports is off to a good time here. Lontar popping the wind swings, getting in there. Silly is the target for the moment. Full launch on the Rogue. There's the swap. There's the kidney evasion. The cloak evasion immediately used, because that was a nasty swap. Maybe they can capitalize on that full blind with the smoke bomb now, though.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about these smoke bombs. They don't seem to force very much, but they do get the sap from that blinding light. Mercy holding on to everything, not even trading out that short CD parry. A little bit BM there from Merce, but you know he doesn't want to give them anything. Looks like SC Panthera will be taking the brunt of the damage for now, but they're just going for the reset, trying to get the stealth off from PvE RMP. Maybe going to look for a cheap shot here just to get a little setup from Silly soon. It doesn't seem to be happening.
Bolt, maybe they can capitalize on that one. But yeah, as you said, they really chilled on those defensives there. And of course, if you have Zipai in there just saying, wait, I got you with the big enhancement off fields, then you don't really need to trade anything. Lontar now riding around, looking for a Hodge target, it seems like, waiting for that cross. You see up the double Fissure here on 2 people, and Rogue Mage both under fire. PvE RMP is fine. I'm just gonna call him PvE from here on out. Shadow stepping out, trying to get away with the Door of Shadows, while Silly gets absolutely trucked here, dropping to 20%. Can he get away from the whole situation? It doesn't seem like. The Chain Harvest almost takes him down. Vasky now being swapped to unfortunate situation. Big trouble on SC Panthera. Both sides here, Mage and Paladin, almost dying. Now the Rogue getting swapped to as well. Galu, they are not looking good at the moment.
They are not at all. The entire team of SC Panthera being rotted down. Somehow it looks like they're in 100% dampening, whereas Reload are all 100% health. Even with this combustion go, Lontar just forcing his 20% wall, and he just rides away. He doesn't care. They are just going hard onto SC Panthera as they try and waddle away desperately. Silly doesn't seem to have any blinks as he's just getting taken out by Merce and Zipai. Blinking back to his Paladin now, but that opens him up to getting feared. He manages to bop Silly and he gets the Soul Shape away, but it's just not enough. The full Hodge onto Silly doesn't go for the Dispel, and they're trying to get a reverse pressure here. The blind onto Merce, the sheep onto Zipai, the cheap shot Kinney onto Lontar, but once again, they don't force anything.
They did get Lontar's Battlemaster there, and that is at least a minor win for SC Panthera, but definitely not what they were looking for. They wanted to see that bubble or at least that trinket, but Lontar, cool as ice, does just sit it out, and Zipai, of course, helping out with the off-fields as usual. Full kidney on Lontar, cheap shot on Zipai, another cheap shot on Mercy, kind of full CC setup here by just the Rogue. but not really capitalizing on that. Vasky trying to pull away, maybe going for another drink because he is dropping low on mana, 20%, not looking too hot. But yeah, I mean, not really surprised. 3 minutes 40 in, Turbo just hammers down on you and completely murders your mage in a single Stormbolt. 20% on Silly. The sack comes out. Vasky getting swapped to Withered Full Arch. This might just be the end for SC Panthera. Reload Esports looking to close out this series 2-0. But the bubble gets forced as well as the Cauterize. And Mercy finally trades his parry.
Yeah, Vasky having to bubble the blinding light there, or he would have actually died to his own sacrifice. Silly on the run now, pops that Alter Time. Alter Time's back, barely gains any health. Damage onto Vasky now. Lontar going hard onto him, gets put into the blind. Here we go. They go onto Mercedes. The combustion is forced. They're going onto Lontar now. Can they maybe get the bubble? He bubbles out, finally forcing a cooldown, but it might be too little too late, as SC Panthera really have no cooldowns to work with.
No, and the Shadow Blades were just invested a few seconds before, so no major damage coming out from the Rogue for the moment. Combustion is done as well. There's the next Smoke Bomb with a full kidney on Mercy, and the Cross you see sitting on Zipai and Lontar, but they are just not getting through this Warrior. The plate armor is just too thick to be handled at the moment, and Silly once again dropping low. He has the shields up, tries to kite away, saved by the light, procced as well on PvE, but Vasky is struggling left, right, and center. Gets to top off his team for the moment, but Reload Esports, they're gonna reload, get back in, and just completely murder someone in a few seconds.
Oh, they are for sure. These wings of Vasky should be ending soon. There we go, and it looks like SC Panthera will get smashed any second now. The Stormbolt on the Sheep. Here comes the damage onto Silly. The Blinding Light onto Vasky. Block is traded out. Is there a Shattering Throw? Looks like he didn't get one, but he just gets cheap-shotted on it. He comes out. They try to go offensive. Dragon's Breath onto the DPS. The ring dropped down, gets dispelled. They can't really make anything with this go either. There's just so many goes from SC Panthera that just gets shut down by Reload Esports over and over again. Vasky now with 0 mana, but he does have Sacrifice back for Silly, so they should be able to live at least one more go.
Yeah, nice triple fear from Mercy there as well, preventing PvE from reopening, and Vasky, half HP, gets clipped by the Cap Totem. Unfortunate situation here for the healer, but Lontar gets swapped to. He doesn't have a bubble, bopped himself just a moment ago, half HP, gets focused down here for the moment with the combustion, but gets a big heal out with that wings, and now his trinket is back up and ready, as well as the sacrifice, so none of his teammates in danger. Vasky immediately sacks his rogue there as well, so PvE can withstand the pressure Reload Esports is putting on him. Silly, no defensives left. Vasky gets the Hodge there over on Lontar. He's actually dropping low. Lontar under fire like crazy. Maybe this is enough for SC Panthera to kill him, but it does not look like it.
Lontar holding onto his trinket there. Very, very risky for him. He does get the commanding shout, though, from Mercy, but it does mean the next go he could actually die through his trinket. He has no wings. He could definitely go down, but does they get to that point in the game? Silly is... well, he has nothing. Vasky has nothing. PvE RMP, also, he's got nothing. It looks like Silly might be the one going down first. And there it is.
Cozy.
I mean, this matchup is... they're getting to dampening, but they're not quite finished. I honestly don't see what the point of the sub-rogue is in this. It doesn't bring anything.
We saw here right at the end that PvE is fine, is going for that dual Shadowblade solo kill on Lontar, but just gets hodged up, doesn't have the trinket to get out of it. Otherwise, this could have potentially ended in a cross kill, but even then, you still have to run down a turbo of Arms Warrior and Enhancement Shaman and Dampening without any mana or any CDs left. 2v2.
Yeah, it was
one way or another.
It was always going to be difficult for them with that sub-rogue. You can see there in the damage done, you know, PvE well below everybody, closer to Lontar than he probably was to the next DPS, which, you know, unless you have something that is a one-shot, you're always going to be behind on. You can see Lontar there taking a lot of damage, though, and that seems to be the target that they were going for, but it just, you know... I think that just the sheer lack of damage seemed to be the biggest issue there.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't seem to have a plan either coming out the gates. They're kind of flipping between this guy, that guy, this guy, and they really need to go back to the drawing board and figure out something else because these games are not looking good. That was their map pick, and you could hardly tell.
Yeah, they seem to potentially struggle getting on top with the pressure, and you would imagine, Liffy, that sort of scenario, the Assassination Rogue probably in hindsight would have been the better pick there.
For the consistent damage, definitely, yeah, but I don't think the sub-rogue is horrible. As Gelu mentioned, they just need a better game plan. We touched on the smoke bombs during the game; those were random at best, I'd say. So there is some improvement to be done, but they do have another shot on the lower bracket. So this is not the last we've seen of them. And SC Panthera, I mean, as with most rogue mage, priest or paladin teams, similar to jungle comps, you can never count them out. They always come around with the craziest plays. So who knows?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see what these teams do on the lower brackets. But we are going to be taking a short break before our next best of 3 here in the Method Mayhem. Make sure you are using your subscriptions because not only do you unlock, obviously, ad-free viewing, but also you help the prize pool. Any subscription that is unlocked adds $2.50 to that prize pool, directly going to the players for this tournament. So, without further ado, we'll see you folks in a bit.
What a perfect evening. The Method Twitch channel is live, and as we all sit around in chat, all cozy watching the stream, we think to ourselves, how great would it be to be part of the fastest growing community on Twitch, earning exciting rewards such as merch, VIP in the chat, any VIPers? You could join the actual Method Guild. Yes, you, in the chat right now, could join the guild. You could even join our next Method party or get one-to-one coaching with your favourite Method player. Get exclusive access, roundtable discussions with our players and extra Q&A sessions with streamers or raiders. Twitch watch parties together as a community. And of course, exclusive channels in our Discord only available to community members. Not just that, we want you to have extra opportunities to grow your stream and your community with the support from the community and the Method team. Or better yet, you could learn to put on your own events by joining the Method Broadcast Academy, as well as participating in community events. But most of all, and honestly my favourite part of being in the community, is you can make friends. Whether you just want to play games together, watch the streams together, stream with others, you can join the community today and start your journey. Sign up at method.gg/community.
What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? Is it too late? Is it too late to color feelings that have faded? Complicated. I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love. I need no second chances. I'm tired of romances without love. So where do we go when we can't find our way? I don't wanna be alone. I need you tonight and I don't wanna wait. I want you to show me the way.
I just don't know if Burn has the time to set anything up. There's a double leg sweep. Korlek, he actually has no mana, literally zero. Every step of the way, and that's where you can see the pressure on the driftings on his arc, on Nepal, and this could easily be the what is that? What?
He's going to increase his healing output, but he gets stunned on it. Gelu doesn't have cauterize. He's in a full poly. He has to trick it.
Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody in between to the Method Mayhem EU tournament. My name is Kexman, I'm joined by Lithi and Gelu, and we have another best of 3 series coming up for you in just a moment. But I'd like to bring something out in chat. Apparently, Kasu has been summoned. So we could potentially be seeing some jungle coming up soon in one of the games later on. So I just want to prepare everybody for that. Just, you know, it's potentially coming. But for the moment, we're looking at Win on Blue versus TY1. Again, blind pick on Nagrand Arena. Gelu, how do we feel this one's going to go?
It's quite exciting game. Another player coming back who hasn't played in tournaments in a while. Swapsy. TY1, of course, standing for Toxic Youth 1, his original team name. Not playing with Botar this time, though. Playing with Joel. Looks like he's going to be playing on his Warrior Insanity Kill. And PvP GCD JKXD, which I think is Numblers. So this is looking to be a Turbo Cleave or some sort of TSG going on here. Whereas Win on Blue, we've got Dre, of course, the Warrior, Dr. Doom, and Enhanced Shaman, and Aubrey is the healer. Kind of playing these Monk, Shaman, Paladin healers as well. So, it's going to be a melee cleave match-off, I guess.
Yeah, we've seen some of the stuff that Zray can do. He is an absolute beast on that warrior, and you know, you hinted at it there. Potentially, we'll see Cleave versus Cleave. Lithi, I know you really enjoy watching Cleave matches. This is almost perfect for you, isn't it?
I mean, if I get to see some turbo, that's amazing. If I get to see some melee mosh pit matchups, that's even better. If I see double turbo mirror mosh pit matchups, then I'm over the moon. I love it. This is gonna be great. I'm so excited.
Yeah, I just want both teams RP walk out into the middle of the arena and then just unleash on each other. That's what I feel like this match one needs. If we're gonna get that, obviously that turbo melee mosh pit, which, you know, is realistically the dream for any melee player. Looking at, you know, we've obviously got a lot of experience on both of these teams, Gelu. Would you say one team has an experience edge over the other, or would you say that they're realistically about the same level?
I mean, Swapsy, tournament veteran, probably the most experienced WoW player of all time, really, one of. And then you've got Win on Blue, you've got Dre, who's he's played a lot of tournaments. You've got Dr. Doom, kind of a new face, and so is Aubrey. So I would say more experience on the side of Toxic Youth from that one player alone. Swapsy is an absolute human calculator. This man knows everything about anything.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this match one goes in this best of 3 between TY1 and Win on Blue.
I'm totally with Win on Blue because I'm a Zray and Aubrey fan, so I definitely want to see them win here, but Instant is the first one to go in there. Lightning Lasso, we actually see the Thunder coming out from Win on Blue. This isn't an Enhancement Shaman, and Zray popping the Arms Warrior avatar with the off stance, going in there hard on Swapsy, trying to connect with the Stormbolt, big damage, but he should be fine for the moment here, Gelu.
Yeah, Swap Dog doing what he does best, sitting in that ghost form. Looks like the damage is coming under Insanity Kill, though, as they try to connect to Swapsy, accidentally cleaving onto the Warrior at the same time. That is why you call it the Turbo Cleave. The damage coming out onto everyone. And Swapsy, he's a smart man. He knows. He probably knew this would be the matchup, so he's thinking that this does have the upper hand in the Turbo versus Thunder, thinking that Ellie Shaman does have the advantage here, and I'm not a Turbo player, so I'm not too sure, but it does look like this is quite an even game so far.
Yeah, they're keeping up quite nicely. Some good damage going on both sides, but PvP, so TY1 looking a lot better on the healer mana at the moment because Auber had to pump quite some damage there. But there is the next stun coming out, Dr. Doom. No, wait, other way around. I'm completely confused. Swapsy is the elemental shaman. I'm lost as crazy right now. Dr. Doom trading his wall out, and yeah, he's not having a good time. As you mentioned, Gallo, the elemental shaman, a little bit more pressure in general here in this matchup. So Swapsy making good work here with those lightning lassos. Stormkeeper is ready as well, but he's targeted right now. And with that Ghost Wolf form, he maybe can kite out 5 seconds on the wall. That would be able to save him. Lightning lasso gets trinketed by, or dispelled. Well, today it trinketed that one. Doesn't want to get stunned up.
Yeah, different talent choices from these paladins as well. Auber playing that Repentance, and PvP GCD playing that 1 bop compared to Auber's 2, who has used both of them already. TY1 now, all low across the board. A lot of pressure going out onto them. Seems a little bit unhealable as Auber just sits down for a drink, making that lead on everything that he can. Mana lead, cooldown lead, and just all around health lead. Swapsy, once again, the target of choice. He's going to be getting that lasso off soon. Trinkets out of the Stormbolt. Deadly tries to get away. The full Hodge on the PvP. Can they get the Repentance off? The full Repentance. And the Astral Shift is forced from Swapsy. But will it be enough? They're turning onto Insanity Kill here. He's not choosing to use the parry as he goes so low.
Yeah, the damage is there from the turbo from Win on Blue. Swapsy is in trouble to say the least. Some damage coming out from Auber as well there with the Divine Toll. But for now, they are able to recover. PvP gets some big heals out. Of course, the off heals from the Elemental Shaman definitely help out here and there as well. Dr. Doom is forced to invest his wall to stay alive here. Auber sitting on that sack still, as well as the bubble and the trinket, so he is safe on the cooldown side. But Dr. Doom dropping super low. Maybe they are able to get the kill, but not quite. That was the trinket from the enhancer, though. And with that, another major cooldown on the side of Winner Blue completely taken out. But we can see Auber, you already mentioned the Repentance. He is putting constant pressure on PvP. They're trying to reconnect with him. Needs to sack up Dr. Doom here, though, to stay in the game. Insanity parry, but very, very low. Maybe trouble for the warrior here.
Yeah, and Sandy Kill goes quite low, using that parry, as you said, as the full Repentance lands onto PvP. Bop also forced out from Toxic Youth. A lack of cooldowns from Toxic Youth now. No wings on the board. What happened to just kill him?
What happened to Doom?
Doom has just been completely deleted. Condemned to the headshot. Let's have a look at this again.
Yeah, Insanity caught in the Stormbolt has the avatar up, though. Swaps over. Dr. Doom dropping to half. There's the next Condemn. Another Condemn. I guess there was an echoing shock in there somewhere from Swapsy. Must have been.
He just looked absolutely shocked at what was happening there. He looked shocked at what Insanity Kill was doing, and he just keeled over. I have no idea what it was that got him there, but you can see on the damage meters there, both Insanity Kill and Zray doing so much damage, pumping out that Arms Warrior straight into their opponents. But Dr. Doom, definitely a heavy target. Zray not taking Zray taking like almost a quarter of the damage that Dr. Doom took there. So obviously that was their target that they identified, Galu, and a very back and forth brawl between both teams there.
Yeah, I mean, there's moments as a caster when someone just dies like that, you think, did I just completely zone out there? But I don't think anyone in that game thought he was going to die. There was just 2 condemns, headshot, the Earth attack man comes in, the Shaman. I'm lost for words. No one thought that was going to happen, but that's just Thunder. That's just what it does. You just do consistent damage, and then suddenly, boom, someone's dead.
Yeah, it was very out of the blue, and I think all of us were kind of expecting it to be some sort of huge condemn, but in reality, it looks as though it was actually the Shaman that was able to wipe Dr. Doom off the face of the earth there, Lithy.
Yeah, if you've ever had the pleasure or the displeasure to play against a elemental shaman, you're always watching for those big one shots. you see a Stormkeeper, you fear for your life and hide behind a corner. You see those the primordial waves coming out, you fear for your life and hide behind a corner. And then there is Echoing Shock, which is basically an instant. So you see that, and you hope you can hide behind a corner and fear for your life. And in this case, Dr. Doom kind of met his fate there early on.
Yeah, it was definitely a little bit of a shock, and I think that point, realistically, you almost have to just go that you can't necessarily, outside of, as you mentioned, being able to be in a good position. If you get caught off guard by something like that, there's not really anything you can do. If you get crit, it's kind of hands off keyboard, game off, game over moment, Gelu.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone saw that coming. Just Ellie Shaman overloading, and that was that. But I mean, it looked like the Turbo weren't in a particularly bad spot in that game. They had forced all the cooldowns. It was pretty even across the board. Mana was looking fine, and I think the Repentance strat from Aubra was very good, getting a lot of pressure off of those Repentance, and surprisingly landing them pretty consistently. So I think if they kind of play the same, watch out a little bit more for these random one-shots, then they could be good to go.
Yeah, it's interesting, especially seeing both teams. We're not necessarily getting a complete mirror, but we are obviously seeing some very, very similar classes from both of them. Lithy, what sort of map are you expecting to see next? Are you expecting to see something that is quite close quarters? And as we see, close quarters is exactly what has been picked there. We've got Hook Point coming up.
I'm prophesizing Hook Point is the next map. But jokes aside, yeah, small map definitely is going to put a little bit more of an advantage on Turbo, just because they get more uptime, take some of the space from TY1 away to kite them out. Especially the Elemental Shaman is not going to be happy to just be sat on Swapsy, not having a good time there. Maybe we can see the Ghost Wolf a little bit longer there to just kite it out and run away. But in general, yeah. I'm actually curious if Dr. Doom plays some Elemental as well, so we can maybe see a Thunder mirror. Maybe that might be a little better than the Turbo into the Thunder. But in general, as you said, Gelu, I don't think Turbo was looking too bad, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Win on Blue run that one into this map again.
Yeah, definitely. The Turbo looked as though it was putting, especially towards the end, the amount of pressure they were able to put on was slowly but surely getting slightly too much for TY to hold on to. We do see TY obviously pick into basically the same comp that we saw previously, so they feel very, very happy about that one. Gelu, do you see a world where we don't see the same comp from Win on Blue here?
You have to be aware that it's on live servers as well, so it depends what covenants they're running. I think that's also maybe a reason why Swapsy's playing Elemental here, is that on live he is a Necrolord on his Shaman on Horde, and you want to be having those Venthyr chain harvests for Enhance. So it depends what Win on Blue have on the servers, really. I mean, could they mirror? I don't know. I'm not sure if Dr. Doom plays Elemental. I feel like pretty much every Ellie Shaman plays Enhance and Elemental. Very hard push to find one that doesn't play the other, because otherwise you're not a competitive player half the time, because half the time half the specs aren't good. So I'd be surprised if he doesn't play Ellie as well.
Are you trying to tell me that the specs aren't balanced, Gelu?
Occasionally not. Sometimes Enhance is horrible and you have to play Ellie and vice versa, but they're going once again full the Turbo, exactly the same matchup, and it's a pretty good map for this. It's a very small map. So they'll be having lots of connection onto Swapsy here.
We do obviously have the prediction in Twitch chat as well. Make sure you put up your channel points, put your money where your mouth is effectively. Who do you believe is going to win this map here? And Lithy, do you think we're going to see another close game, or do you feel as though potentially this cleave might take over on a map as small as Hook Point is?
Oh, I'm still hoping that Win on Blue can pull out the victory here, because Turbo is just nasty. They run you down, they burst you in a few seconds, so that can definitely happen. And as we mentioned last game, Swapsy was getting targeted hard. He had to trade out his wall early, was constantly under pressure and very close to dying. Cooldowns were constantly forced from the healer PvP as well. So yeah, there is a lot of potential for Win on Blue to just even out the series here and maybe take the whole thing home. But yeah, TY1 not gonna let them off easy.
Yeah, and Gelu, do you think we'll see Win on Blue potentially come from behind here in this match number 2 of this best of 3, or are TY going to take it and move on in the winners bracket?
I'm going to give this game to Win on Blue, I think. It's their map pick. I don't think they'll die like that again. But you never know. It's the power of Swapsy. So here is the Lightning Lasso onto Dr. Doom instantly with the Stormbolt onto Jray, not allowing him to stop that Stormkeeper being casted into the Stormbolt from Jray as they pop Avatar and try and get some huge damage onto Swapsy. The Bladestorm coming out now. Every single player getting completely destroyed on the side of Toxic Youth.
Swap on PvP, he was caught in the cap totem there. Swapsy greeting hard on the wall, but they get through it with just the Paladin CDs getting their members topped off. Dr. Doom now the target, Orb is sitting in a full hodge, so the wall flies out the window immediately for the Enhancer on Win on Blue. But a beautiful, beautiful go from Zray and Doom on the opener there, putting a lot of pressure on TY1, but they were playing that one perfectly, didn't invest too many CDs, only what was necessary. But now Swapsy under fire once again with a Fissure, kinda getting cleaved down, but got away in the last second there in PvP. Needs to kite away, tries to stay out of harm's way, and with that Lightning Lasso, Swapsy is gonna have a little bit of a breathing room, maybe a potential kill on Dr. Doom here.
Yeah, really good coordination for these Lightning Lassos on Dr. Doom and the Stormbolts onto Jray, meaning he cannot get them off him. But as we talk about good coordination, there is a full Repentance onto PvP into the full stun as they try and get some damage onto Insanity Kill. However, Dr. Doom is put into the fear there on his Ascendant, so he's not really doing too much on that cooldown, and he doesn't want to trinket out offensively as he is playing so scared.
Oh, and the big damage from the Condemns on the Lasso is definitely nothing. You wanna sit through an Orb, needs to invest the sacrifice there to keep his Shaman alive. Now Zray is getting targeted a little bit, has the Avatar running, tries to reconnect to Swapsy, gets in there, Primordial Wave, goes out with some big lava bursts from the Elemental Shaman, but doesn't manage to put too much pressure on Win on Blue for the moment. Swapsy's still under fire, half HP, but Zray doesn't really have the uptime he'd like to have. Nice leap into a double fear, maybe they can capitalize on this. Really getting close with Swapsy. Nice blinding light from Orb there to cancel the Lightning Lasso immediately. Insanity Kill gets disarmed on the Avatar there, but immediately trinkets that one to put out massive damage, and PvP has to invest a Bob. Swapsy the wall, everything and the kitchen sink is flying out the window for a TY1 at the moment because Win on Blue is putting down the pedal on the metal.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate overlap there for TI1. The trinket wall from Swapsy and the blessing protection from PvP that may cost them in the future. But here is the offensive turn onto Win on Blue. This full Hammer of Justice onto Orbra, forcing the parry out from Jray. They're going back onto Dr. Doom here. Can they get anything done? Astral Shift forced from him once again. And it looks like another stun goes onto PvP GCD, and he is forced to trinket sack. There's just so much pressure on either team, ping-ponging back and forth. This next go from either team will be huge. Should be able to force bubble whoever does it first.
There's the Avatar from Zray. We can see those Condemns flying in. Swapsy taking big hits. Another minute on the Ascendance from Dr. Doom, though. And a few seconds on the Stormkeeper from Swapsy until that one can come in. But with the Stormbolt, Zray puts more pressure on his target. Insanity gets to dropping low. PvP needs to get some heals, and there's the big heal, gets that one through, topping off his warrior, and with the Zray's Avatar running out, that's some of the pressure going away as well. As Insanity now with the Avatar himself, Orber immediately sacking his Shaman, so they are fine for the moment. Swapsy feared up on the Stormbolt, gets full Hex there, and immediately trinkets that to get some damage in. Zray taking hits, but he's fine for the moment. Ignore Pain helping out immensely. Swapsy Stormbolted, Disarm on Insanity, and the Hodge on PvP. With a full Repentance, though, maybe they can capitalize on that. At least they get the wall from Swapsy and the parry from Insanity. That's a massive win for Win on Blue right now.
Yeah, and that was PvP's trinket I mean, no, he used Stun Blind in this matchup compared to Aura using Repentance, but Dr. Doom now taking a little bit of damage, chooses to go offensive with that Ascendance, disarm onto Dre, but Swapsy is taking a huge chunk of damage from his Ascendance, once again put into the fear on it from Insanity Kill, only using these things defensively, as they know they've got that little bit of mana lead, and if they keep getting these Lightning Lasso's Stormbolt goes, then eventually Dr. Doom will go down if they play as defensive as they've been doing.
Yeah, with the Ascendance coming out from Dr. Doom, Avatar from Zray, they tried to put some pressure on, but it wasn't quite enough. They didn't get through the heals from PvP. And now Swapsy looking to turn it around. Nice Cap Totem on Orbre, but the pressure isn't quite there. No Avatar for another second from Insanity. Now that one is ready. He's leaping far in to cancel Orbre's Drink there as well, so positioning maybe a little bit off at the moment for TY1. Maybe they can regroup, reposition, and get in there. Big Chain Harvest, massive damage. The Sack immediately flies out the window from PvP to keep his team alive because Swapsy was not looking good there for the moment. Insanity, he has the Avatar running, and Dr. Doom trades his wall for that one.
Yeah, that was a huge go from Win on Blue. Here is the Blind Light onto Aura, instantly trinkets out. Dr. Doom taking the brunt of the damage here, but seems to be fine with these wings from Aura. Now it's Swapsy taking a lot of damage. The Repentance getting cast, gets sheared by Swapsy as he trades out the Astral. He looks like he might be okay. He's managing to escape a little bit. The full stun onto Aura. Do they have a blinding light off this? Does get a fear onto PvP. No tremor available for Swapsy as he is also caught into that fear. And it looks like TY are dropping very, very low. But their next go is coming up soon. They're going to have that Stormbolt. They're going to have that Lightning Lasso soon. In 20 seconds, I think Dr. Doom could go down. And it could be the end of the game for Win on Blue. But Swapsy is so low as well, as you were saying.
Inline on him, saved by the light is procced as well. PvP needs to bubble there to keep Swapsy alive. The off-heals were prevented there for the moment. Aubrey putting massive pressure on PvP just through the attempts of getting a Repentance on him there. Massive plays from the healer on Win on Blue, but now he's under fire. Sack is out, 20%, no bubble, no trinket, no mana, no nothing. Can they swap to Aubrey and finish him off here? No, it doesn't seem like it. They are sticking to Zray, trying to peel him off. Swapsy for the moment. And Aubrey with those wings running. Maybe this is the last moment they have, the last opportunity. One shot before they snap back to reality that maybe Swapsy is just gonna straight up murder them here. Dr. Doom dropping low, wall invested, no mana left on Aubrey. Can he put out any heals on his enhancer? There is almost no mana on that one as well, so no off heals. Zray dropping low as well. This might just be the end for Win on Blue here. Gallu, this is critical, and there Dr. Doom meets his end, goes down. Really, really well played from TY1.
Somebody call the Fantastic Four and tell them that they are not needed because Dr. Doom has just been ended in this match number 2 of this best of 3 between TY1 and Win on Blue. Gallu, your thoughts on how that match went?
I mean, honestly, it seems like the Toxic Youth have the sort of soft counter for Turbo. It seems like very, very strong game plan to just Stormbolt one DPS, Lightning Lasso the other, and then they just instantaneously die. That's just what happened at the end. Joel kind of pulled the trigger a little bit fast. Insanity Kill pulled the trigger a little bit quick on his penultimate Stormbolt. That's why the game extended a little bit longer than it should have. Because he kind of just went for that instant, we can kill the Paladin, but then it just didn't quite work. And then the next time they waited, set it up properly, they just instantaneously won. Had the Earth Ellie stun as well to finish off the kill. And yeah, it's really well played from TY. Swapsy is absolute genius the way he just holds on to his cooldowns. This man never trades out anything he doesn't need to. He holds on so long to his trinket, holds so long to his wall, and that's a defensive play that you're used to from this man.
Yeah, he did a phenomenal job. There were a couple of moments where, you know, it was getting a little bit close, and he just always seemed to have that extra trinket, that extra cooldown. It was very, very impressive. And there were a couple of moments in that match where we effectively just had a train where you had Swapsy being chased by Zray, being chased by Dr. Doom, being chased by Lightning. It was, you know, being chased by Insanity Kill. It was just a train of melee and damage, you know, left, right, and center. And you know, it was kind of what we expected it to be, Lithy, which was just another brawl between both of these teams.
Yeah, the thing I did not expect was the healer matchup, and Gallo, you touched on this as well. Orber running that repentance, and he put so much pressure on PvP there, constantly trying to catch up to him to get those repentance cast, and that definitely created the one or other uncomfortable situation for TY1. Weren't quite able, Win on Blue wasn't quite able to capitalize on it, but Orber putting up a pretty good performance in my opinion.
Yeah, doing a really, really good job there. And at the end of it, you had both paladins completely tapped on mana. So instead of, thinking, how am I going to get a drink? They just went on the offensive. And, that holy lockout towards the end, we nearly saw the end of Swapsy, which was it almost, took us to a game number 3 there. But, well played, obviously, both teams.
Don't need mana when they're dead, right?
Exactly. So looking obviously at the brackets at the moment, Affliction Warlock, My Way, SC Panthera and Win on Blue dropping down to the losers bracket. And we are seeing Method EU, Bad RNG, Reload Esports and TY1 in the winners bracket. Obviously, there's still a lot to play for. Every single one of these teams we could potentially see in the grand final. Very, very exciting time here. We do have a prize pool that is being funded, or partially funded by you people watching the stream here. Obviously, !crowdfund. 100% of the donations given to that go to the players. You can find all of the information there. And also any subscriptions as well. You will be getting $2.50 to the prize pool every single time you subscribe to the Method channel during this tournament. Not only do you unlock ad-free viewing, you also get access to all of the fantastic sub-emotes, and you gain channel points at a better rate than if you were unsubscribed. So make sure you are checking out those options as well. We're going to be taking a quick break here, folks, but we will be back with another best of 3 in the Method Mayhem.
What a perfect evening. The Method Twitch channel is live, and as we all sit around in chat, all cozy watching the stream, we think to ourselves, how great would it be to be part of the fastest growing community on Twitch, earning exciting rewards such as merch, VIP in the chat, any VIPers? You could join the actual Method Guild. Yes, you in the chat right now could join the guild. You could even join our next Method party or get one-to-one coaching with your favourite Method player. Get exclusive access, roundtable discussions with our players and extra Q&A sessions with streamers or raiders. Twitch watch parties together as a community. And of course, exclusive channels in our Discord only available to community members. Not just that, we want you to have extra opportunities to grow your stream and your community with the support from the community and the Method team. Or better yet, you could learn to put on your own events by joining the Method Broadcast Academy, as well as participating in community events. But most of all, and honestly my favourite part of being in the community, is you can make friends. Whether you just want to play games together, watch the streams together, stream with others, you can join the community today and start your journey. Sign up at method.gg/community.
What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? Is it too late? Is it too late to color feelings that have faded? Complicated. I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love. I need no second chances. I'm tired of romances without love. So where do we go when we can't find our way? I don't wanna be alone. I need you tonight and I don't wanna wait. I want you to show me the way. took for granted. Are we stranded? I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love. I need no second chances. I'm tired of romances without love. So where do we go when we can't find our way? I don't wanna be alone. So what do we do when we're lost and depraved? I need you to show me the way. 'Cause I'm a satellite around you. Tonight, nothing's gonna bring me down. As long as the stars in the sky, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes. 'Cause I'm a satellite around you. Tonight, nothing's gonna bring me down. As long as the stars in the sky, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes.
The surface of the sun needs a golden run. The perfect golden gun for us to be done. Hanging by the moon, we could be there soon. It's perfect and too soon to be right for you. We watch new things with old eyes, like strangers with no hearts, stuck in our glory days, among strangers building walls. And I speak calmly to the trees, trying to give them hope. And however slowly time destroys our common ground, the surface of the sun needs a golden run. The perfect golden gun for us to be done. Hanging by the moon, we could be there soon. It's perfect and too soon to be right for you. We hear old words with new ears.
I just don't know if Bert has the time to set anything up. There's a double leg sweep. Korlek, he actually has no mana, literally zero. Every step of the way, and that's where you can see the pressure on and drifting on his arc, on to Paul, and this could easily be the what is that?
He's going to increase his healing output, but he gets stunned on it. Gelu doesn't have cauterize. He's in a full poly. He has to trick it.
Welcome back, folks, to the Method Mayhem EU tournament. We are now moving down to the lower brackets. We have My Way versus Afflication Warlock. It's not Affliction Warlock, it's Afflication Warlock. I only just realised that during the break. I'm so used to seeing Affliction Warlock. Obviously in the lower bracket. Teams looking to get back to that grand final, and we've seen both of these teams currently that we're seeing in this next round in action. We saw Afflication Warlock losing to Method EU 2-0, and we saw My Way lose 2-1 to Bad RNG. So, quite an interesting setup that we have coming here. Very, very, I'm interested to see what you folks are feeling. We'll go to you, Gallo, first. Do you think we're going to see a 2-0, or do you think this is going to be a closer series?
It's gonna be a 2-0, I reckon.
You think?
My money on My Way for sure.
Money on My
is awake.
Well, yeah, Kasu is awake. Kasu is awake, which is that's dangerous because the jungle could happen. And Lithy, jungle with Kasu and Tony is a dangerous thing.
Yeah, the fastest hunter in the world definitely is not going to drop any games on this weekend anymore. So I'm really excited to see the jungle coming out from My Way, and yeah, Tony and Kasu. You gotta watch out when those guys play together. That's dangerous.
Yeah, it's very, very dangerous. And obviously, Afflication Warlock, we did see Method EU, making quick work of them in the first match of today, first series of today. This is kind of a little bit of redemption for them. They could potentially move forward in the losers bracket, but they do have My Way in front of them. Which could cause some issues. I mean, again, we've mentioned the Grand Arena, quite a neutral arena. The ability for you to realistically play most compositions. We've spoken about, My Way obviously doing that jungle composition. Gello, what would Afflication Warlock realistically have to bring out to counter that as well as they could?
I mean, Warrior Mage is decent into jungle anyway, because you can kind of kill the hunter and you have a lot of stops. Intervene, really, really good to save the mage. You can Stormbolt the hunter on the stuns, so you can stop him getting the traps. Mages are just tanky on their own, and it's a pretty good comp in general into jungle. So if they play that, which I think they will, yeah, here they go. It's a decent composition for them.
Yeah, and we're seeing the compositions that we expected. It is game one of a best of 3 series in the lower bracket between Afflication Warlock and My Way.
Yeah, jumping right in, Dekara once again playing that Holy Ward, so kind of counteracting some of the CC coming in if that is well placed. Could carry the whole game. We'll see how that works out for them. And Kasu and Tony, now they are trying to get in there, stalking their prey, and I'm really curious whom they're gonna open on.
Yeah, quite interesting. He's starting with the Holy Ward on him. That will surely get purged off. There it is. Maybe getting raked off by Tony into a roar. As they tried to roar it off, but now they're going to be into a half trap. We get the stun onto Dekara. Big damage onto Bomja. There's the full trap onto Dekara, forcing out the trinket. And there is the Guardian instantly in the opener. Trinket Guardian and Trinket from Fish Feast. And Bomja is just getting absolutely eaten up by this jungle cleave.
Yeah, the damage is nothing to scoff at. You gotta be careful with that one, and especially with the Dekara already investing some of the CDs, or I should actually say a majority of the CDs. It's not gonna be easy to deal with full maim stun on Bomb here with the full trap on Dekara, dropping super low, forcing the ice block immediately there. Grims maybe with a master spell gets that one in there. Bomb still not topped. Gets gripped out by Dekara there to get away, but Kasu immediately on the case once again, and now Tony getting back in there as well. They're keeping up the pressure. Maybe they can even get the kill on Bomb here with the Cauterize. That one is proc, dropping low, no chance to escape. There's the seed proc. It's My Way or no way. In this case, no way for Afflication lock, and they are going down in this first game.
Welcome to the jungle. We've got fun in games, say My Way. Kasu has been risen. And, again, we spoke about just how dangerous this jungle cleave is from My Way. And I think there, Gellu, we saw exactly what they are capable of.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, this team lasted longer than I thought it would. I thought My Way were going to shred through them. I thought it was going to be 30 seconds at most. But you know what? They held on. Solid almost 2 minutes. So maybe, maybe they could bring it back next game. I mean, I think My Way are a slightly more experienced team, but props to these guys are trying. They're holding their own a little bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, in case you were still wondering what class Gelu plays, with those rows can only be a fire mage.
Yeah, that's very, very true. Just burning the application warlock team there. No, I think there it was always going to be difficult going up against such a solid team, and realistically there were a couple of moments where Tony kind of had to duck out of the action a little bit, taking a lot of damage. They were able to put a little bit of pressure on, and honestly, I think if My Way, you've got to be very, very careful, especially in a matchup like this, to get too complacent, because if that happens, you can very, very easily have the pressure completely switched on you. We're seeing Blade's Edge Arena here as the pick for this next series, Lithy. That's an unusual one. We don't see that one very often.
I mean, who's not a fan of Blade's Edge Arena? It's a great one. I mean, has really good voice acting by now, so that is definitely nice. But yeah, I gotta give Application Warlock some props here to show up to this tournament and play against some of the best teams in EU, some of the best teams in the world even, and just getting in there, having some fun. I'm pretty sure it's a great experience for these guys to get to play against these top teams. Maybe some of the streamers and personalities they look up to. And just having a good time. At least I hope they are having a good time. Games are a bit rough for them at the moment, but
it's difficult to have a good time when you're coming up against a jungle, not only a jungle cleave, but a jungle cleave that has Casu and Tony in.
They have had a very unfortunate bracket. They faced one of the best teams in Europe, and then they faced another AWC team.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, it's fair to say, is it fair to say, Gelu, that this isn't just a jungle cleave, this is the jungle cleave?
Yeah, I think so. There's no other jungles really in the game anymore since the Seal retired. This is about it, this is the one you have to beat, but very unlucky brackets for Application Warlock.
But yeah, I think they're doing an absolutely fantastic run of it. Obviously, we're seeing the same class picks from them. Obviously, the Arms Warrior Fire Mage. We're also seeing the Holy Priest from Dakara. A massive props to them. This is the beauty of a community tournament. The fact that they can kind of step in and play against these teams, it is brilliant. And not only that, but you folks watching here can also add to the prize pool. ! Crowdfund. All of the money that is raised there goes directly to the prize pool for the players. You can find all the information on the breakdown as you go through to that website. And I've got to say, it's fantastic that we are seeing Method Mayhem come back with this, because these community tournaments are always great fun to watch, because you see some things that you don't normally see, and it's fantastic to hear about these underdogs. And I've got to say, I don't know, I've got my money on Application Warlock. I want to see that underdog story. I'm putting my money on it. I want Application Warlock.
I'll take that bet.
I never said I was betting. I said I was putting money on it. No, there's I want to put Application Warlock. I want them to win this game, take it to a third game in this best of 3 series in the lower bracket. We're seeing Blade's Edge Arena, one that we don't normally see, so it's going to be very, very exciting to see exactly what happens during this game. But here we are, game number 2 in the best of 3 series in the lower bracket between Application Warlock and My Way.
I mean, also a little bit unfortunate that you have Fish Feast on the side and a Cat on the other. It's not really good starting point as well. Natural enemies and stuff, but I'm with you, Kexman. I'd love to see Application Warlock just step it up here on their map pick, Blade's Edge Arena even. Not a map you typically see. And good morning to you as well, Casso, in the chat right there. Going into this matchup right away. Let's see what the well-rested Hunter on My Way can pull out here.
Yeah, I don't know about this map choice. I would not pick this as a mage into jungle. You're going to have... Well, I mean, one, you've got Typhoon as a Pharaoh, and you've also got Knock Trap if he wants to play it, but we'll see. So they're opening on to Bombed Mage here, not going for the crowd control onto Dekara, who is not playing Holy Ward this game. Here comes the full Intimidation stun onto him. Can they land the trap? Fade does get used. Not sure if he fades the actual trap, though. maybe sliding that away, the CC not connecting on the Decker, and you know what? This is a pretty good opener for Application Warlock so far.
Yeah, they are looking solid for the moment. Fishbee's getting some decent damage in there, but now Bombage Mage is the one under fire, taking some solid hits here from Tony and Kasu, dropping fairly low. Dekara already invested the Guardian Spirit as well as the Apotheosis, and still the Ice Block is forced, and the full fear is running out. Maybe can get a Master Spell in here, and the block is gone. Bomb still very low. There's the Combust. Maybe they can capitalize on this one, Gelu.
Yeah, well, it's likely that it just gets pet sacked out. They have no crowd control onto the pet, so nothing really happening with that combust. Very hard to get value out of that ability if you don't communicate with your team enough. There's the counter shot onto Decker. A bomb just still so low the entire game. This poor man, 30% more than he is topped. The full fit onto Decker, and he might just go down here. The cauterize goes with the fireball. He's doing some damage before he gets taken out. There's the grip. Barriers, he's still so low. You need to sheep something, Bomb Mage. You're just dying, but he's just fallen into the seed. The final fireball coming out from him. This man needs to get a banana and practice peeling.
Bananas definitely would help out there. But the sheep's definitely a good call as well.
Yeah, the shoots would have helped. I tell you what, Application Warlock, you may be dropping out of the losers bracket, but I've got to say I have a lot of respect for the mage that pops Cauterize and instead of running away and hiding says, you know what, I've popped Cauterize, that just gives me more time to throw fireballs at you, and I have to respect a mage that does that. So props to our Application Warlock for coming and joining us here in this Method Mayhem tournament. And as Gelu mentioned, the brackets they were given, probably not what you would want to see if you were rolling into Method Mayhem.
Yeah, for sure. You've got the Seed 1 team in Europe right now, I think, or Seed 2. And then you've got another AWC circuit team that's very, very unlucky for them. But they did a good show.
Yeah, they had a good job. And interesting to know, actually, on those damage meters there, you actually saw that both of the players on the side of Application Warlock actually had more damage done than the other two. Whether or not that was completely accurate, as we know that sometimes these damage meters can be a little bit wonky in arenas, but that was a fantastic match there. It may not have gone the way of Application Warlock. Congratulations to My Way for moving through in the losers bracket, but you've got to give props to a team like that coming into a community tournament and realistically giving it their all, Lithy.
Yeah, absolutely. I love to see new teams on the block show what they got, even if it ends on their first tournament. I'd assume this is the first tournament they've played because I've not seen them in any others. Then again, I'm not all knowing, But as you said, give it their all. And that's the kind of stuff that gets you hooked. You play tournaments, you gain some experience, you take that into ladder, you get better, you improve. Next tournament, you show up once again, and maybe you get around further. Maybe you even go all the way through the bracket. That's how great teams start. Everyone needs to start somewhere, and I love to see the journey of these teams, no matter where they start. So yeah, I love it.
They do a phenomenal job. Obviously putting on, and I think Gelu mentioned, obviously they lasted longer than he expected in match number 1. So, they did a really good job in doing their best, and well done to Application Warlock for coming in on the Method Mayhem tournament here. We are going to be taking a short break as we head into the next best of 3. But before we go, I obviously just want to make a point that there is some fantastic Method merch that is now available. Exclamation point merch in the chat. Rep Method community wherever you go. A really comfortable hoodie. A very nice t-shirt there. Let people know that you are a member of the Method community. So they know exactly where to go for fantastic tournaments such as this Method Mayhem. But we will be back in about 5 minutes. We'll see you then.
What a perfect evening. The Method Twitch channel is live, And as we all sit around in chat, all cozy watching the stream, we think to ourselves, how great would it be to be part of the fastest growing community on Twitch, earning exciting rewards such as merch, VIP in the chat, any VIPers? You could join the actual Method Guild. Yes, you in the chat right now could join the guild. You could even join our next Method party or get one-to-one coaching with your favourite Method player. Get exclusive access, roundtable discussions with our players and extra Q&A sessions with streamers or raiders. Twitch watch parties together as a community. And of course, exclusive channels in our Discord only available to community members. Not just that, we want you to have extra opportunities to grow your stream and your community with the support from the community and the Method team. Or better yet, you could learn to put on your own events by joining the Method Broadcast Academy, as well as participating in community events. But most of all, and honestly my favourite part of being in the community, is you can make friends. Whether you just want to play games together, watch the streams together, stream with others, you can join the community today and start your journey. Sign up at method.gg/community.
What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? Is it too late? Is it too late to color feelings that have faded? Complicated. I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love. I need no second chances. I'm tired of romances without love. So where do we go when we can't find our way? I don't wanna be alone. I need you tonight and I don't wanna wait. I want you to show me the way.
just don't know if Burn has the time to set anything up. There's a double leg sweep. Corlick, he actually has no mana, literally 0. Every step of the way, and that's where you can see the pressure on and driftings on his arc, onto Paul, and this could easily be the what is happening?
He's going to increase his healing output, but he gets stunned on it. Gelu doesn't have cauterize. He's in a full poly. He has to trinket.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to Method Mayhem EU Tournament. My name is Kexman. I'm joined by Lithi and Gelu, and we are still in the lower brackets. We have a very, very exciting matchup coming up here. SC Panthera versus Win on Blue. There's some great players here, and I'm very, very excited to see what happens over this best of 3. We've seen one game that has gone to the full, that has gone all 3 games. Lithi, this one probably also has the potential to go that full 3-game series.
Yeah. I mean, it's 2 teams that probably are neck to neck in this whole situation. Win on Blue with the Turbo Comp didn't quite manage to pull ahead against TY1 in that last matchup, even though both games were really, really close. And SC Panthera, I think the Rogue Mage it was, right? Against Reload Esports. Yeah, close matches, but also a little bit discoordinated, not really getting their setups right, maybe not having the proper game plan for the matchup. Let's see if they can, if they were able to regroup and kind of carry some improved performance into the lower bracket and push forward.
Yeah, and Gelu, someone saying in chat you have a nice hat on today. They don't know what it is, but they want one. So there we go.
Bear on skis.
It's a bear on skis. There we go. That's pretty exciting, isn't it? A bear on skis. And speaking of exciting, obviously we kind of know what's going to come out of Win on Blue here. We know blind pick into the Grand Arena. We kind of expect that Arms Warrior. We're kind of expecting that Shaman here. What can we expect potentially out of SC Panthera, do you think?
I mean, they've just played this matchup earlier. I'm hoping they refine their strategy a little bit. I would give this win to SC Panthera because I think Win on Blue are a little bit weaker than Reload's Turbo, and SC Panthera have already played the matchup before, and they didn't look too bad in it. So I think SC Panthera might be able to win this one. Maybe go on the Paladin a bit more, but we'll see.
Okay, well, we'll see exactly what happens right now as we move into this first match of a best of 3 in the lower brackets between SC Panthera and Win on Blue.
Yeah, PvE already stalking Orber there, looking for the sap. Opens with a full blindfold kidney on Zray. Orber immediately trinkets that one, gets some heals on his warrior, and they should be fine. Fear on the combustion, Silly not doing too much. Zray dropping somewhat low. They should be okay here for the moment, though. So the opener from SC Panthera really not going the way they wanted.
Yeah, they're forcing that blind trinket interaction in the start of the game, which is something Lontar was actually not trinketing. So he was more holding onto their cooldowns, whereas Win on Blue playing a little bit more scripted. Damage onto Silly now as he tries to kite away with Soul Shape. Hammer of Justice onto Vasky. Trinkets out with the wings, with the Divine Favor. Silly able to recover here. Here's the disarm on PvE, but it is before the go. So now they can set up without having any disarms, and they should be able to get something going here. The Dragon's Breath gets interrupted, goes to the ring, gets interrupted into the ice block. Devastating, and the bubble from Vasky as well. It's all crumbling from SC Panthera as he gets put into the cauterize as well.
Yeah, Zray is not letting him get away. The Ascendance is there as well as the Doom wins. Dr. Doom putting his name on the line, finishing off this first game in just 1 minute 29 seconds. Massive performance here from Win on Blue. And SC Panthera, once again, they look like they are struggling hard right now.
Win on Blue taking their name seriously there as they just absolutely tore Silly in half on that mage. That was a very, very quick victory there, and just the sheer amount of defensive cooldowns they were able to bring out from their pressure was absolutely incredible. You can see Dr. Doom there doing so much damage in comparison to everybody else. Zray also up there on his warrior, but you know, that is absolutely monstrous from Win on Blue, Gelu.
Yeah, I mean, I did not expect that game to go like that, but City just got stopped on that one go, and it all just crumbled around them after that. Getting interrupted on his Dragon's Breath. He used his blinks to get the Dragon's Breath. He couldn't get this crowd controlled, and they just absolutely dominated him afterwards. He had no movement to get away. He had no tools to use. Had to overlap the block, the bubble, and the Cauterize, and they still lost on that go.
Yeah, it was huge. Lithi, you mentioned obviously Win on Blue, you know, some of the power that they had. Was that a surprise for it to be that quick for you as well?
It's kind of 50-50. I mean, we're still talking about Turbo, so you always have to keep in your mind that that can just happen, that they just straight up murder someone in the first 30 seconds or the first minute. And yeah, actually, that's kind of something I'd love to pick your brain on, Gelu. What do you do if you get overwhelmed in the opener this hard as Panthera just got? How do you recover if you overlap CDs? Is there anything you can do, especially against Turbo, or do you just get run down and die?
I mean, generally, if you end up in this sort of defensive position, instead of going aggressive on the healer, trying to get those Dragon Breath sheeps, you usually swap over to hitting the healer, and you just Dragon Breath, swap the polys between the DPS, just reset until you can get your CDs back. Whereas here, they committed movement to try and get the crowd control on the healer. They failed to get their go, and they just got completely ran over because of it. You need to play more defensive if these sort of situations happen, because you can play a very, very, very long game into Turbo if you play your cards right.
Seems as though we're going to get exactly that Tolveron Arena. You know, you obviously have to say that the movement ability on Zray on that Arms Warrior, he can get about the place very, very quickly, but you want to get as much space as possible, you know, without kind of getting caught by yourself, and Tolveron Arena is the best place to do it. For those of you in chat, obviously, you can also bet your channel points on these two teams. There is a voting prediction available right now, so if you do want to show your support for one of these teams, make sure you are effective, you know, make sure that you are turning around and saying, this is the, you know, this is the team I want to win, potentially get some extra channel points there and unlock some very, very nice little rewards in the Twitch channel. We saw Win on Blue with that Turbo, very, very dangerous, very, very powerful. On something that's a little bit more open like this, do you think we might see, I mean, obviously this isn't on the tournament realms, this is live, they may not have access to the classes that they necessarily want. Could you see a move off the Rogue, potentially? Maybe adding in something slightly different, Lithi?
Potentially that could work out, but I don't see why RM Pali wouldn't work here. You just, as is so often the case in a lot of these matchups, especially if the teams are so neck to neck, you just need to play better basically, and play your cards right, as Gelu just said. Maybe not use your mobility to get in and then completely misfire your go. Play a bit more defensively, kite it out into the long game, play with the dampening to kind of outmaneuver the Turbo, especially on this big arena where you have the potential for the Fire Mage to just blink away, sheep someone on the follow-up, and use the combustion whenever it's ready. And that's apparently also what SC Panthera will be going with, sticking to that RM Pally, and I have no points against this. I like it. It's okay.
Yeah, it seems to be a very, very solid pick. As you mentioned, the fact that you can kind of outlast the Turbo, potentially, if you play your cards right. Obviously, you don't want to get caught as they did at the start of the first match, but with this being such a large arena, you know, the chances of that are probably slightly lower than what you would have seen in the first match. Gelu, what would you say both teams, you know, if both teams really want to take the advantage from the start, what would Win on Blue have to do, you know, to get that foothold in the match early, and vice versa, what would Panthera have to do to get their foot, you know, their stamp on the match early?
I mean, what Panthera need to do is they just need to go in, do a go, run away, go in, do a go, run away, and Win on Blue just need to not let them run away. They can't let them reset, because if they get the resets off, then they're going to fall victim to many, many crowd control chains. I'm kind of surprised they're not bringing out Sad Story here, because that matchup isn't too horrible for Shatter. He could play the Shadow Priest Mage comp. Sad Story, of course, known for his BlizzCon appearance with playing with Fire in 2016 or whatever year that was. That's kind of a nice tempo match. If both teams play very well, either can win it. But they've once again settled for the Rogue Mage last game, potentially, and they've gone for a matchup they've lost 3 times already. So we'll see if they can make it out this time.
Yeah, a very, very brave pick from SC Panthera here in game number 2 of a best of 3 in the lower brackets between SC Panthera and Win on Blue.
Yeah, Sully looking for some C there, but Zray with the immediate Blaze Storm on the Dragon's Breath, completely outplaying that one. Nice blinding light from Vasky there as well. Get that in, and Zray dropping fairly low. There's the full Fear Orber sitting on his trinket. He is greedy for the moment, but it seems to pay off because Dr. Doom has some off-fields for his warrior. Zray looking strong as well, reconnecting on is Silly with the inline on the Polymorph. They're just sticking to this mage and dishing out some damage.
Yeah, here's the resets I was talking about. PvE goes in stealth, tries to set up for his mage. However, his mage is just getting absolutely brutalized in the middle while they wait. They waited a little bit too long, perhaps. They get the kidney onto Zray, forcing nothing once again. And these goes are just so weak and so unclean. They need to get crowd control on every single member of Win on Blue if they want to force anything, because otherwise Dr. Doom will just heal through everything. Zray will just intervene, or Orber will just simply heal, which is what's been happening right now. They committed the Paladin blind and forced nothing, but here's the go onto Orber. Double Dragon's Breath onto Dr. Doom and Zray. The trinket forced out from Orber may be committing a little bit too much, as this was only the Shadow Blades from the Rogue, and I mean, Rogues aren't that scary.
Yeah, I would have loved them to delay that go a little bit, get that combustion from Silly back, get some CC on the 2 DPS, and just completely nuke Orber and at least force his bubble. But nonetheless, they tried their best. They got the wall, which is on a fairly short cooldown for the Paladin, so Aubrey not too sad about the whole situation. Zray surviving that the next little setup without too many issues as well. Disarm went out on the Rogue, and Silly once again taking some big damage. Oh my god, there is so much flying after him with those Doom winds and the Ascendance from Dr. Doom. This is not looking good for the mage, but for some reason he manages to hold on the Cauterize, but that one procs the Ice Block out as well. Full fear on Vasky, that is the bubble. And Gallo, this does not look good. This is basically over.
It doesn't look good at all. I would be so annoyed if I was Silly. His Rogue sitting in stealth the entire time. He's getting tunneled down by this Turbo Cleave. They try and make it go, but once again, nothing happens. Here comes a double blinding light onto Dr. Doom. It is a diminishing return onto Zray, but they smoke bomb him instead. Here comes a combustion, forcing Trinket parry. There's a full sheep onto Orber, but everyone is full health on the side of Win on Blue. The cooldowns on SC Panthera are so minimal. Only Trinket sack available from Vasky, and SC Panthera once again on the back ropes, really not forcing as much as they need to in this matchup.
Absolutely, and they're not just on the ropes in terms of cooldowns. Vasky also on the ropes in terms of mana compared to Orber. That's a good 40%. He is behind here, and that's not gonna get any more in the next coming second. So Silly once again dropping low. Nice Ring of Frost getting set in there. Doesn't quite connect because he has to cancel the cast. PvE RMP is fine. Looking for some damage on the healer once again. Combustion up in a minute, and basically probably a little bit ready a little bit before the Shadow Blades, but that might be the next opportunity to make a big go for SC Panthera, and for now with a sag, Silly just needs to survive.
Yeah, I like this play from Silly now. Just rotate the Polymorph DRs on both DPS and go for the Holy Paladin, because otherwise you are going to die very soon. He's just casting Fireballs. I think for that Combustion reset instead. PvE sitting in stealth, waiting for the go. Looks for the double cheap shot. Gets War Bannered on the Dragon's Breath. This is devastating for SC Panthera. That was their one chance to do anything before they just die. The blind light comes out onto Dr. Doom, but it's just not enough. Silly falls. And it was a 0-4 for the sub-rogue Fire Mage Holy Paladin, and really I would want to see some sort of comp swap if they were to play the sort of thing again, but they stuck to their guns, and the guns weren't very good, to be honest.
Yeah, you could see there Silly being sat in that Blade Storm, Doctor Doom training on him. Meanwhile, his rogue is kind of in stealth watching him, just basically saying, tell me when you want me to come in. Tell me when we go in, and I'll be ready to go. Meanwhile, the mage is getting absolutely annihilated. You can see Dr. Demon's Ray, once again dominating the damage meters there. Silly taking so much damage over the course of that match, and we do see SE Panthera drop out of the losers bracket. We see Win on Blue moving forward, and we kind of spoke about how surprising it was that the game number one, was over so quickly. But game number two there, Gallo, basically the same sort of thing, and it does feel as though that rogue pick was probably not working out for them, and they kind of stuck to what they knew, and unfortunately it didn't work out for them.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed they were just very confused in the matchup. They were forcing smoke bombs that ultimately got no cooldowns. They were committing combusts and getting nothing. They didn't really have a game plan going into it, and every time they tried to do anything, they got hit by a brick wall. So they need to go back to the drawing board on that, whether it be a different composition next time they play in a tournament and face this, or there's a different strategy of tunneling the Holy Paladin more. We'll have to see in the future.
Yeah, it was very, very interesting to just see just how quickly they were, the amount of pressure that was being put on Silly there, that we saw the ice block, well, we saw the quarter ice first, then the ice block almost straight afterwards as well, just the sheer amount of damage that was coming through. And it seemed that no matter what he tried to do, that the pressure was not actually, the pressure just wasn't alleviating from in any way, shape or form, Lithy.
Yeah, no. If you can't get away from Turbo, especially, you can try your best as a mage, and Silly tried that with the DR rotation on the polymorphs, but the backup from his rogue, Gallo mentioned it during the game, not quite where it had to be to enable him to stay alive. And of course, Vasky on the Paladin, he can only do so much, and at some point just he runs out of gas, runs out of CDs, runs out of mana, and then the mage just died. So it's an uncomfortable position to be in general. Fire mages are really, really strong, but in a lot of comps, you also basically set yourself up to be the target to get trained the whole game. And if you can't handle the heat, maybe play some Frost,
It's always it's possible. If you can't handle the heat, then maybe potentially get your rogue to do something slightly different, as we saw during that match there. But let's take a quick look at the brackets, as we are at the sort of, we're pretty deep into day one of the Method Mayhem EU tournament. So now we see Application Warlock and SE Panthera dropping out, with My Way and Win on Blue moving forward in that losers bracket. And we also have two more games left today. That is Method EU versus Bad RNG in the winners bracket, and Reload Esports against TY1 in the winners bracket as well. The losers of those will be dropping down to the losers bracket. It's a very, very exciting time here. There's a lot of, there's still a lot of action to go, especially these next two games coming up. Very excited to see what's going to be happening there. And make sure you are also subscribing to the channel during this tournament, because all subscriptions to the channel are building up this prize pool. $2.50 per subscription is being added to the prize pool. Not only do you get obviously ad-free viewing of the stream, you also get your fantastic sub emotes and accelerated channel points earned during your viewing as well, which enables you to unlock some fantastic things for the stream here today via Method. We will be taking a short break though, so we will be back in 5 minutes, and we will see exactly what happens in the winners bracket in the Method Mayhem.
Ah, what a perfect evening. The Method Twitch channel is live, and as we all sit around in chat, all cozy watching the stream, we think to ourselves, how great would it be to be part of the fastest growing community on Twitch, earning exciting rewards such as merch, VIP in the chat. Any VIPers? You could join the actual Method Guild. Yes, you in the chat right now could join the guild. You could even join our next Method party, or get one-to-one coaching with your favourite Method player. Get exclusive access, roundtable discussions with our players, and extra Q&A sessions with streamers or raiders. Twitch watch parties together as a community. And of course, exclusive channels in our Discord only available to community members. Not just that, We want you to have extra opportunities to grow your stream and your community with the support from the community and the Method team. Or better yet, you could learn to put on your own events by joining the Method Broadcast Academy, as well as participating in community events. But most of all, and honestly my favourite part of being in the community, is you can make friends. Whether you just want to play games together, watch the streams together, stream with others, you can join the community today and start your journey. Sign up at method.gg/community.
What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? Is it too late? Is it too late to color feelings that have faded? Complicated. I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love. I need no second chances. I'm tired of romances without love. So where do we go when we can't find our way? I don't wanna be alone. I need you tonight and I don't wanna wait. I want you to show me the way.
just don't know if Burn has the time to set anything up. There's a double leg sweep. Korlek, he actually has no mana, literally zero. Every step of the way, and that's where you can see the pressure on and driftings on his arc, on Nepal, and this could easily be the what is that? What?
He's going to increase his healing output, but he gets stunned on it. Gelu doesn't have cauterize. He's in a full poly. He has to trinket.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between. Welcome back to the Method Mayhem EU tournament. My name is Kexman, joined by Lithi and Gelu, and we are moving up to the upper brackets now. We have a very, very exciting matchup between Method EU and Bad RNG. Obviously, as normal, blind picks. Nagrand Arena being the first arena that we are using here for game number one of this best of three. We saw Method EU stomp a little bit in their first game here, up against Application Warlock Lithi. Bad RNG potentially a little bit more of a roadblock for them here.
We'll see about that one. I'm just gonna steal Gelu's prediction from backstage here, basically that Red Warrior isn't all that good and Method are just gonna roll over them. I'm pretty sure that's what's gonna happen.
You can't. That was said behind the scenes, Lithi. Yeah. You can't just bring that up, putting Gelu on the spot. I mean, can you confirm that, Gelu? Is that how you feel about this matchup here?
I mean, Red Warrior is fine with a Shaman, but with a Holy Priest, Mages just kind of have a field day. You just kind of crowd control them and they die. So, I mean, Red Warrior is a really good ladder comp, but in tournaments with the Holy Priest, I have low expectations for this matchup here.
Well, maybe everyone loves an underdog. Everybody loves an underdog, so maybe that is what we will see here. Maybe, Bad RNG potentially put up more of a fight than we thought they were going to. I would love, you always got to support the underdog, but I do feel as though Method EU might potentially be too strong for them here. Obviously, the number one seed in the AWC EU, so that's fairly, That's a big mountain to overcome for Bad RNG here, Lithi.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, literally one of the hardest teams to face in the EU, so you gotta put on quite the performance. Then again, talking about Red Paladins, and maybe that's the pug experience and frustration speaking from inside of me, but hey, you never know when that verdict is gonna crit you.
Yep. Potentially a very, very dangerous situation if that Paladin is able to get off some of their cooldowns at just the right moment, because there's not much that you can do against it. But here we are, game number one of the best of three series in the upper brackets between Method EU and Bad RNG.
Actually pulling out the Shatter here instead of the RMP. Zuniaki coming on that Shadow Priest, and this is, as I said earlier, this is quite a tempo matchup. You actually can lose this as the SP mage if you take too much damage, but if you are getting that offensive pressure, then it is a for sure win. The Dragon's Breath gets death from opener, but they are able to get the full polymorph onto Furlit as Bad RNG tunnel into Chaz, hitting him so low already. The bubble within 20 seconds of the game. Bubble is forced. Is the combustion from Thesia, and they're trading healers. The trinket from Furlit, the trinket fade, and the bubble frost from Chaz. Both healers getting absolutely pounded so far.
Yeah, Chaz having nerves of steel right there, holding on to the bubble until the last moment. Good peels, but Finn is the one under fire at the moment. Trades out the Shield of Vengeance, is fine for the second, but Fairlit can't really connect to him for the moment because he is sitting in the very, very cute cat form. You gotta admit that one. Cats are always cute, but well, Word of Glory is a thing, so that Red Paladin is looking fairly healthy once again, looking to reconnect on the Shadow Priest, but doesn't seem to be all that dangerous for the moment. He needs to wait for his wings. Maybe the next go is going to do something, but that Hodge, that one got immediately trinketed, and the Sanctuary. That's the word I was looking for. Invested, and there is his bubble gone.
There's the bubble gone. There is the master spell onto bubble, but the word of glory healing with the wings comes in clutch. Fintius able to top himself off. Full counterspell lands onto Furlet. Can they have anything to follow up? Do believe he is still diminishing return on that polymorph into the full fear. Will of Forsaken does come out, and Thessia just grinding his combust back. He has his combust. This next go is going to be absolutely devastating for bad RNG if they cannot peel it properly. But here is the go on the Chaz first. He trinkets out of the Hodge. And you know what? He might be in some little bit of trouble still. This is the Avatar, wings coming up in 10 seconds from Fintus. But I think Thessia will be able to get a go before that with this combustion. And it is a very, very scary time for bad RNG right now.
Yeah, absolutely. They do have the Trinket Guardian Spirit from Felid ready, but of course, that's basically just a throughput. And if Method EU does enough damage or even gets some mind games on the right timing on that at some point, that's gonna hurt like crazy. So Taz is the one tanking at the moment. Finn on his motorcycle gets sheeped up. Cats are not allowed to ride bicycles here at the moment. Full polymorph on Felid. After that, Dragon's Breath, and there's the combustion from Ethesia. Full Hodge on Finn. He's dropping low. No bubble available for the Red Paladin, and Method EU close out the game in a convincing fashion. Beautiful go with the combustion from Thesia. No mercy whatsoever.
Yeah, that was a huge go. That was almost the perfect setup that you would expect from something like this. They were just able to completely train Fintusius there, and there was absolutely nowhere for them to go except for the ground, which is exactly what we saw there, Gelu.
Yeah, the Guardian Spirit not really doing too much with those mind games up. You know what? Kind of a better game from bad RNG than I thought it would be. They forced a lot of cooldowns from Chaz, and if the game went on for a little bit longer, maybe they would have been able to force something. But I'm not sure if the Holy Paladin is such a great tunnel target for the Red Warrior, as that mage, once again, able to play the game and just completely crush them over and over again with that crowd control.
Yeah, it probably, I mean, we speak about the ending there. Let's talk about that opening, because that was a very, very big opening, Liffy, and that could have changed absolutely everything if that would have got any worse.
I mean, Red Paladin, do I need to say anything else?
Was
a good setup. Was a good setup. They got in there with the wings and the damage really well, but Chaz, as I mentioned, Nose of Steel.
I mean, if you look at the details, you can actually see the Ferlet use Guardian onto the Warrior there. They kind of they baited him a little bit. They get the Combust onto the Warrior, force Die by the Sword, force Guardian, and then they just swap onto the Paladin. And he instantaneously dies. Bit of, a little bit of a bait coming out here from Method EU onto bad RNG there. Very unfortunate. That was
a very, very... I mean, to be fair, the game, I think, was probably a little bit closer than we kind of gave it credit for at the start. We were saying Method EU were going to kind of just roll over them. Gelu, did that match last longer than you thought it was going to? Or was that about what you expected?
That was shorter than I thought it was going to be. I mean, the Red Warrior didn't have to lose there. They could... Well, what I was expecting of them was just to sit behind the pillar until they get their trinkets back, which is really what they should have done, but yes, these men are not too invested in the dampening meta, so they just want to play that short game. But if there was more... If they were more experienced maybe in tournaments, they would just sit there behind the wall, wait to get trinket back, and then just go in again. But these men just drove in on their motorbikes to death.
Their motorbikes to death. There we go. That's exactly what happened there. We're seeing Ruins of Lordaeron coming out here. We've seen this previously during the Method Mayhem. We know just how effective it can be at potentially breaking up some of these combinations that you do see, Liffy. Do we think that this is going to potentially stop Method, or are they going to continue on with their role through this tournament at the moment?
I don't really see a scenario where Method is gonna lose unless the Red Paladin gets some very lucky crits, and maybe Chaz holding onto his bubble there for a second too long. I mean, he could have flopped in that opener last game, but in the end he didn't, and I think that was as close as bad RNG is gonna get to a win anytime soon. I'm really curious if Method EU is gonna swap comps here. That might be something we'll see. These guys are known for having a lot of viable options that they play to a very, very high level. Maybe get some practice in on some of the other comms, but well, definitely giving Zuni some playtime here. And there it is once again. Shatter, get it in.
Yeah, I suppose the one danger of having this Shatter coming in is, we've seen just how much damage the Arms Warrior Rep Holly can pump out realistically. Having this kind of this grave in the middle, potentially causing some line of sight issues. If one of the Method EU players kind of get caught out of position a little bit, it can, that could spell the end for them, especially if they get caught in one of the cooldowns from either the Rep Holly or the Arms Warrior Gelu.
I mean, I don't think the two dying behind line of sight is the biggest problem here. It's more so the Holy Priest plays on the tomb, and then you can't like blink on top of him and get the crowd control because you can kind of the line of sight's a little bit iffy on top. You can peek in and out, and sometimes the Dragon Dread doesn't land, and it's all sorts of weird rubble going on there that makes your abilities not land. This map is kind of good for going on the healer. I think is why they picked it. They want to be able to go onto Chaz once again. He's not going to have anywhere to run other than into the room or just around the map in general. And they're always close to a pillar, so they can always fall back whenever they want. So it's quite a good map pick for bad RNG.
Yeah, we saw how quickly Chaz was kind of targeted at the start of the last match. Do you think that's going to be playing on their minds, Liffy, or do you feel as though they're going to kind of put that down to that was just the crit and the RNG coming out from that was kind of what caused that issue there? We're feeling a little bit more comfortable in a map such as Ruins of Lordaeron.
I think this time around, Method EU definitely will have an additional eye on Chaz at the start of the game. Maybe Zuni playing with a life swap. You have a lot of peel potential in there from the Shadow Priest, from the Mage, off heals with the Shadowmans, especially if you play with the Shadowman Legendary. You get some really, really big off heals in there. So I think if Method EU really expects the go on Chaz now, it's gonna look a lot more safe than it did the last game. I'm kind of thinking that they got blindsided at the start of the first game, a little bit at least.
Yeah, that is true, and it's again cannot underestimate the skill of Method EU here, and obviously not to take away from bad RNG. Again, it's almost like bad RNG. They're skilled players, but when you're looking at the absolute mountain that is Method EU when it comes to the amount of skill and experience they have, it's very, very difficult to overcome Gelu.
Yeah, especially only having one composition into a team that has many, you're going to run into these kind of hard, really hard matchups. So Method EU, they probably have more comp than I have fingers, and these other guys have, well, they have one. So they're just going to get counter comps at the end of the day, and you have to play out of your mind and in a complete uphill battle to get any sort of win from it.
It's always going to be difficult, but we'll see exactly what happens as we enter game number 2 of this best of 3 series in the upper brackets between Method EU and Bad RNG.
As Super D's would put it, a fitting final resting place here on match point. So we'll see if it actually turns out to be one for Bad RNG or if Method EU is going to pull out the win. Chaz at the start of the game, keeping to the back, of course, to kind of avoid the big damage opener that Bad RNG can bring with that Necrolord Warrior Red Paladin.
Yeah, they're going straight on. Okay, I'm not really sure what they're doing. They used all his mobility, and Thezia just blinked back now. Fintia's still on his mount. They don't want to go in too far, but now they're just turning onto the Holy Priest. Gets Trinket sanked out instantly. So that's kind of a Trinket from the Rep Paladin for no real reason. He goes in now. Shield of Vengeance popped, but it might have to bubble anyway. There it is from the combustion bubble, and Trinket within the first minute. That is just really, really unfortunate for Bad RNG, and saying they're on the back foot is a little bit of an understatement.
Yeah, that was not the best start they could have had. A little bit of a indecisive moment there for Finn, trying to figure out if he would actually want to pop his CDs there and waddle over to see Chaz eye to eye. did decide to do it and paid dearly with his bubble. And of course, the beautiful grip from Izuni out of the danger zone for his healer there. It's exactly what I mentioned before the game. They were kind of expecting, and it was a very obvious go on the healer there as well. So the peels were a lot more solid than game one. And now Taz and Finn, they just need to regroup, wait for their CDs, and figure out what goal they can do next. And kind of have to weather the storm that is that double caster lineup from Method EU, and especially with the combustion from Thesia, they could pull some nasty damage.
Yeah, Finjia's just sitting behind the pillar now. He knows that the next time he is out, it is over. Zuniaki pushing in for the beautiful triple fear. Gets the full sheep, and Tozhug is the one under pressure. Force got a very, very, very late parry, and the trinket from Furlit, the Guardian, goes on to Tozhug. But that means that Fintius now has no cooldowns either. They're trying to reverse the pressure onto the Rep Pal and trades out Die by the Sword. This was the go from Method EU, and it's still going on. Furlit into the full counter spell, but Chaz is now taking the brunt of the damage. He's able to just get out of there on his horse. Method EU a pretty dominating spot still. They forced every single cooldown in the game from bad RNG. However, Fintius Trinket is coming back up.
That double Frost Nova just making the double melee cleave look sad, standing open field without doing anything at all. You hate to see that, at least, if you're a fan of bad RNG. So, nice stun on Finn. They get the Dispel on him, though, so a little bit of a fear on Fairlit here. While Method EU is trying to reconnect on the Red Pally. They are very content with the situation they are in. Currently, Power Infusion is running out for Zuni. And so is the Vampiric Embrace, but they are basically just looking for the next setup. Wings are ready though for Finn, and in 25 seconds the avatar for Taz as well, and that is another point in time where it's probably gonna get a little bit dangerous for Method.
Looks like Finn was listening to the stream as he is just turtling until he gets his cooldowns back. 25 seconds until that bubble is back in his arsenal. But Tozhug just going in. He does not give a damn. Pushing on to Chaz, where Chaz gets the wings. He tries it all. Such a low bubble. Can they rip right through it? The Mind Games comes in, but he gets sheeped on it. The bubble is broken, but they can't quite connect to him anymore. Really good life crit from Zuniaki. And now the bad RNG, they need to get back. The bubble's been used. Tozhug does have his parry, but they just need to try and line of sight until they get those cooldowns again, because if they wait in the opener, they are going to get demolished.
Yeah, much better performance from bad RNG this game, though. They are staying in it 4 minutes deep, and they got some pretty intense pressure on Chaz whenever those big CDs are up. So for now, it's just survive until the CDs are back for bad RNG, and then they might have a potential kill on Chaz if they play their cards right. Counterspell on the Flashcraft, Polymorph on the charge. Taz not looking happy at all. Finn, there's a Seraphim, little go here on Chaz. Good damage with the Divine Toll. Doesn't get too much across, though, the Hodge not having too much of an effect. Actually, Chaz needs to Trinket Wall, Bob himself. Maybe can get some heals out, top himself off. Yep, there are the big words of glory. And they actually just swap over to Finn, murder him. That was unexpected. Damn.
Big word of glory, but not big enough, it seems, as the PI coming in from Zeniaki doing some absolutely incredible damage. Sazia not even with a combustion on this one.
Yeah. That was huge there, and you could tell just the intent from bad RNG during that entire thing. Chaz was just their target, and it kind of seems as though towards the end there they were constantly pushing, and they almost ran out of defensive cooldowns to continue that push. And the moment that happened, it was just a very, very easy switch from Method EU, Galu.
Yeah, I mean, Method EU in the driver's seat the entire game until the very end, when they forced Chaz's bubble, and they almost choked a little bit. He almost died without bubbling, but not quite. I mean, the Ret Warrior really needed to sit back until their cooldowns came back again, which they were doing a really good job on the start, but I think they got a little bit ahead of themselves once they forced that bubble. But they really just sort of waited to played a little bit more of a patient game.
Yeah, that I think that was probably the closest bubble I've ever seen for a paladin. Close. It was down in single-digit percentages, possibly even below 5%, and it was like, I need to hit the bubble. And I think you make a very good point there, Gally. They were playing it very well at the start, but unfortunately towards the end, they forced that bubble out and they thought we can push this, and it just seemed as though it ran out for them. And I think you kind of, I mean, we said how good Method EU were, but the amount of credit we've got to give for bad RNG, because towards the end of that, there was definitely more than a chance that they were going to be able to pull out the victory there, Liffy.
Yeah, the goals of Chaz were very, very convincing. A lot of damage. But on the flip side, I think Method EU left some cards on the table there in terms of defensives for Chaz. Could have played that a little bit cleaner, avoided some of the red paladin goes there. Maybe CC the Seraphim, get a grip out on Chaz a little bit earlier. But overall, it did work out. Chaz, well, nerves of steel. I'll stick with it. And just bobbling at the right time, is lucky that his team stops the Master Spell from happening. Gets to live, and then Method EU just completely dominates them.
Yeah, a very, very comfortable victory there for Method EU in the upper bracket. However, I can tell you what else is comfortable, and that is the Method merch. Exclamation
Nice
point.
segue.
Oh, thank you. Exclamation point merch in chat will give you access to the Method shop. You get all of these fantastic products here. You can buy yourself a nice Method hoodie or a Method t-shirt. You can effectively show off your support for the Method community out and about. And as we're getting towards the summer now, that t-shirt is going to be extra comfortable with the heat rising. But the heat is continuing to rise in this Method Mayhem as we move on to our next match after this quick break.
What a perfect evening. The Method Twitch channel is live, and as we all sit around in chat, all cozy watching the stream, we think to ourselves, how great would it be to be part of the fastest growing community on Twitch, earning exciting rewards such as merch, VIP in the chat. Any VIPers? You could join the actual Method Guild. Yes, you in the chat right now could join the guild. You could even join our next Method party or get one-to-one coaching with your favourite Method player. Get exclusive access, roundtable discussions with our players and extra Q&A sessions with streamers or raiders. Twitch watch parties together as a community. And of course, exclusive channels in our Discord only available to community members. Not just that, we want you to have extra opportunities to grow your stream and your community with the support from the community and the Method team. Or better yet, you could learn to put on your own events by joining the Method Broadcast Academy, as well as participating in community events. But most of all, and honestly my favourite part of being in the community, is you can make friends. Whether you just want to play games together, watch the streams together, stream with others, you can join the community today and start your journey. Sign up at method.gg/community.
What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? Is it too late? Is it too late to color feelings that have faded? Complicated. I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love. I need no second chances. I'm tired of romances without love. So where do we go when we can't find our way? I don't wanna be alone. I need you tonight and I don't wanna wait. I want you to show me the way.
I just don't know if Burn has the time to set anything up. There's a double leg sweep. Korlek, he actually has no mana, literally 0. Every step of the way, and that's where you can see the pressure on and driftings on his arc, on Nepal, and this could easily be the what is happening?
He's going to increase his healing output, but he gets stunned on it. Gelu doesn't have cauterize. He's in a full poly. He has to trick it.
Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. My name is Kexman. I'm joined by Lithy and Gelu as we move on to our final game of the day in the upper brackets. We are, of course, doing Reload Esports versus TY1. The winner of this goes on to face Method EU in the semi-finals of the upper brackets, whereas the loser will be dropping down to face My Way in the losers bracket. Sorry, my apologies, tripping over my words there. This game, obviously, we've seen Method EU be, just as powerful as we kind of expected them to be, and we saw Reload Esports and TY1 both take 2-0s here. You're realistically looking at two teams that know what they're doing in this sort of scenario. They know exactly what it's gonna take to be moving on through this series. Gelu, is this where the nerves potentially start to kick in for some of these teams?
I don't think these guys get nervous.
No.
They're all tournament veterans who have played in for a long time. Don't really think anyone will be feeling any sort of intense pressure to do well. I think they'll all just play as they usually do. Because, as I said, they're all played the game for a very long time. They've all played tournaments for quite a long time as well.
Yeah, I mean, you obviously, if you're in Twitch chat, you can bet some of your channel points to see who is going to win this series. Is it going to be TY1? Is it going to be Reload Esports? Put your money where your mouth is if you aren't going to be cheering for some of these teams. Lithy, both very, very strong teams that we have seen previously. We've seen, again, both of them 2-0s. They probably will have taken a look at each other's games as well to see exactly what was going on if they're going to be facing each other off at this point. Sort of how much preparation do you think these teams realistically do during a tournament for something like this?
I mean, you don't really have too much time to prep anything specific, especially if you're not on tournament realm. You can't really go and war game a team in between. Theoretically, you could, but on ladder or on live servers, people are usually not as inclined to be around for war games in between some of the tournament queues. So, factor in that it's not always quite given what the other team is going to go for in terms of comps. I think they're just probably watching the games the other teams play and kind of doing their own theory crafting game plan for the matchups. But in general, just get in there, play the game as they usually do. It's just another tournament basically for these guys.
Yeah, that is very, very true, and kind of sort of branching off that slightly as well. As a former player of quite a high caliber in these sort of tournaments, Gelu, how much for
Homer? Oh no!
Well, you're not playing in this tournament, are you?
All right.
How much sort of, not necessarily pressure do you put on yourself, but as a team, how dedicated are you to, instead of kind of reacting to what the other team are doing, especially if you're going into a game 2 or a game 3, how much of it is let's put the onus on us, let's play our game and cause them to react to us rather than us constantly having to react to what these teams are doing as well?
I mean, usually you try to counter the other team's blind. It depends. If you're like a smart team, you try and counter the blind, and then you have to like predict if the other team's gonna blind, like what you think they're gonna play. It's a whole load of mind games. There's a lot of counter comps in WoW. There's not a lot of comps that are just flat out you win everything unless you play like Rogue Mage in certain patches or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, for Reload Esports, this is their series to lose because they're an established, signed, contracted team in the AWC, and TY1 are just a bunch of bros queuing it up. So if they drop any games, then it's a little bit awkward for Reload Esports, to be honest.
Yeah, it seems as though a lot of people are obviously voting for Reload in the predictions that we have in the Twitch chat. Obviously, as you mentioned, a very, very strong signed team. But, sometimes these teams that are kind of together as a group of friends that, as you mentioned, just a group of bros, just queuing, just PvPing, sometimes that can throw a wrench in the works, Lithy, because they do things you don't quite expect them to do. And sometimes it pays off, sometimes, more often than not, it doesn't. But there's a definite danger there.
Yeah, absolutely. Blind pick always is something you got to be very, very careful with. This live realm setting a little bit more than on tournament realm even. In general, in these tournament matchups, you kind of have a rough idea what the enemy team is going for. In this one, you might as well if you've seen the previous game. So TY1 probably getting in there with the same comp as last game, but that's never guaranteed. But what is that?
We will. That is very, very interesting. This game number 1 of this best of 3 series between TY1 and Reload Esports in the upper bracket. And I'd also like to introduce and welcome Bookmark joining us on the casting desk as well. Everyone in chat, say hello to Bookmark.
Oh, you flatter me, Kexman. It's great to be on the desk instead of sat behind it for a change, but this game is underway, so let's get straight on into it. You can see right here, we've got TY1 looking to lay down some of the aggression here. Ultra Problem denying some of that damage there, just putting out some counter pressure. CS gets thrown out onto there. Great denial there, shutting down that incoming damage by Reload Esports. They're trying to just stop that momentum, but you can see right here that the full hex gets caught out over onto PvP GCD, and the pressure's still coming out here super high, but it looks like Joel's going to be able to handle it. He has his anti-magic shell still available. The lightning lasso being caught out over onto Dartwin Duck here. I think that it's quite interesting that we see the demo lock though, guys. I mean, what do you think, Lithy?
That's a very interesting question. I have no idea what to think of this Warlock pick at the moment. Furiously waiting for whatever might happen to the members of Reload Esports once that Warlock gets this setup he is looking for. But for now, he needs to pop the wall. He's getting stunned up there with some big damage. Gets the wall out to have some extra defensive capabilities here. Gets topped off by his healer and is out of that situation for the moment. But in general, yeah, Gelo, I don't know what to think of this Warlock. Can you enlighten us?
Well, I've got the athlete lock and he's rotting everybody down, and then with Joel with a heart stop. No, I'm not. Yeah, this is the problem with the athlete lock. Like, you can fight as much as you want, but as soon as you don't have trinket, you are in the bin, Like, this class is so squishy right now that picking a warlock into a warrior just means you're gone. This is why I'm not leveling my warlock, because I don't want to see this happen to me.
If you listen closely, you can hear the
Yeah. That was, I don't think I have ever seen a warlock pipe pop quite that quickly. That was a very, very quick end to that match. And I think the big thing there was the absolute shock from Lithy when that game loaded in and he saw the Warlock Death Knight. It was
I guess you could say the warrior locked him down. Honestly, it was mainly the shaman damage, right?
I preferred, the shaman damage. It looks like there was a big problem for TY1 there. That was the best. That was from Twitch chat. That was the best I had. You can see there a lot of damage coming from both of these teams here. You can see in the damage done meters there, and the amount of damage taken as well. Again, Ultra Problem, Mercedes, really. They were kind of having a little. They were able to sort of step back a little bit. They weren't in too much danger throughout that entire thing, and it was over pretty quickly. But we mentioned these blind picks can be pretty dangerous because that could have definitely gone a very, very different way for both of these teams in that first match, Galu.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of see where the pick comes from, ish. Because they're like, oh, okay, we can put the DPS in chains of ice, then you can't reach him. But what do you do when you get leaped on or charged? You
You die.
instantaneously die in a Stormbolt as an Orc Warlock, which is, yeah, I don't know. This man's died in about 2 seconds. It's the Warlock into any sort of melee is a painful time. But they were doing quite a lot of damage, though, to be fair. The entire team with Reloader about 50% health, but I do not think that's a blind pick win for them.
Yeah, it was.
It
They
didn't
were
even
always
help
going to
Dark
struggle
Soul in
with
there
that.
as well, right?
I don't think so.
So yeah, no, definitely a little bit more potential still there in terms of damage for the Affliction Lock, but yeah, as you mentioned, Gallo, Lock just dies flat out. What are
Yeah.
you gonna? Why do you pick Lock into double melee? Or in this case, Thunder.
It's always going to be dead, especially on that map pick as well. Nagrand, as you know, as we've mentioned, it's one of those maps that's relatively, you know, mid-size. It's not massive, so you're not really having that much room to kite around. If it was something like Tolvaron Arena, potentially there's room for getting a little bit of distance between yourself and the 2 melee classes. But in something like that, you are just going to get canned so quickly.
Yeah, Chains of Ice is really, really strong. I mean, maybe if it was Turbo or something, you could Chains of Ice them, and then they wouldn't ever connect to the Warlock, but especially with the Elemental Shaman having that range damage as well, like the DK is not really doing half the job that he was doing, that he was intended to do, so yeah, he just got absolutely mullered.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll see the Warlock coming out again.
You don't think? I mean, you never know. They've surprised us once. We could see another surprise here. Obviously, predictions are now available as well in the Twitch chat. So predict who you want to win with your channel points. Gets you the ability to potentially win back more than you spend if you are correct in your prediction. Gives you some fantastic opportunities to unlock some nice things here in the Method Twitch channel. Now, we're currently waiting on the map pick here, and there's a lot of various different places that we can go. I think realistically, if I'm picking as TY, I want to stay away from something like Hook Point. If they want to play the Warlock, you get something as big as you can possibly go, get as much distance as possible. But then again, they may surprise us, Liffy, with a slightly different composition.
Well, last time around, we've seen the Thunder coming out from TY1 actually, so I'd be curious to see the full mirror matchup here. That probably is gonna do them a much better favor than the Affliction Lock Warlock. What do you actually call that comp? Is that a comp or is that a meme?
Shadow Cleave, I think. I think the last time that was played maybe last expansion, if that. Maybe the expansion before. Hasn't been a comp in a while.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what we do have coming up from both teams. We do see Blade's Edge Arena as the arena of choice. It looks as though they are ready to do battle in a true arena, and I would be interested to see what both teams. What?
What? Why Blade's Edge? What is happening?
Why not? Why not Blade's Edge Arena? If you want to go a true battle to the death, that's how you imagine a gladiatorial arena. I mean, Hook Point is nice and all, but I don't want to be. I effectively don't want to be facing off against enemies where I could also potentially run into a shark. I'm sorry, but it's not. You know, it's.
No, not really. But I don't know. Gallo, you're the highest rated player on the desk here. Who in high rated does actually like playing Blade's Edge?
I mean, this is like Sopsy's favorite map. This man loves to play on Blade's Edge. I'm not surprised they picked this, to be honest. They notoriously always are a team that picks this map for some reason. Okay, so he's a Shaman player who can knock people off. I would like to see them pick the mirror, because even if they lose the series but they win the mirror, then they've kind of won the mental battle anyway.
Yeah, they can take the high ground on that. They have the moral victory at that point. So, you know, that would be a fairly solid play from both.
They'd never live it down. You say, I remember the time your team lost to our random mirror.
Not only that, remember the time your team lost to our random mirror on the Method Mayhem tournament on Blades Edge Arena. Like there's levels to it. There's levels to it. The mind games would be brilliant, especially if they came up against each other in the future as well. So
I'm just done. I'm just done with this map. I love this map. I really do. But seeing that in a tournament setting twice in a row, that's like unprecedented recently.
I love it. I love the fact we're seeing Blades Edge Arena. It's brilliant. We're waiting for both of these teams to lock their comps in. We're seeing exactly what we expect from Reload here. Obviously, something that we know that is very, very effective. Will we see this mirror match? That's the dream, is seeing this mirror match.
I'm not sure if PvP can play Shaman at the same level as Lontar. To be honest, this is unfair. Lontar should have locked in that Holy Paladin for the true mirror. But instead, he's gone for the win. He's just locking in what he thinks is better instead of locking in the honourable fight, which is the true Holy Paladin mirror. But, you know...
I mean,
to me, Reload have already lost this. They've lost my support.
in Gelu's eyes, they've already lost. It's, you know, let's not have any word on who actually wins, but they've already lost because, you know, they don't want to face off against this true mirror. But I mean, Lontar is so good that I don't even think he'd lose a Holy Paladin mirror matchup.
We'll never know now. We'll never know.
That's you have basically taken that away from us, Lontar. How could you possibly do that? We were looking forward to it. Look at Lithy. He's so disappointed.
No, I'm not disappointed. I love seeing Resto Shamans, especially if it's a Night Fae.
Don't ruin the
Some
point.
Matrix fusion in there. Get the big one-shots in. I'd love to see that.
I say they have a gentleman's agreement and they just have the healers duke it out on the bridge. Just have DPS either side, stopping the healers from running away, and that's how that should be decided in Blades Edge, I believe.
2 men go in, 1 man comes out.
Exactly. That's how it needs to be. Blades Edge Arena, gentleman's agreement, 2 healers duke it out on the bridge. It's the perfect map to do it.
Perfect 20-minute game, that one.
We are waiting, obviously, for TY1 to lock in their choices here. Just waiting for confirmation on that one. If it's going to be something interesting. Gelu, what is the strangest composition that TY could pick, do you think, on this map against this? Well, there it is. There is the composition. We're seeing the cleave. We're seeing the paladin as well. So, does that potentially give them an edge here? Do you think, or do you feel as though, you know, just Lontar just being as good as Lontar is potentially going to cause is making it Reload Esports game here, Gelu?
I'm assuming that the Pally Thunder is just straight up worse in mirrors because you don't have wind shear from the healer. And you're lacking 1 Hexter spell maybe, and probably lose a mana as well, so they go for the Turbo Cleave, the Enhance instead, but as we saw from the Win on Blue series, Turbo Cleave didn't seem super great into Thunder, so
yeah,
I think my money's on Reload Esports here.
Especially with Blades Edge Arena, you guys touched on it. Zipai on the Alley Shaman just being able to knock both the melees on TY1 off. I don't think they're gonna have fun unless they want to play downstairs 24/7, and then they could have just picked another arena, in my opinion.
Yeah, I am hoping we see melee just flying off this bridge. If I don't see at least 1 melee being knocked off this bridge, it's a wasted series. Let's face it, it's a wasted series if we don't see that. I mean, can we all agree on that?
No, that's
a bit too
harsh.
This was their map pick though, and this is the comp they chose. So, I mean, they're going to deal with it. They probably have maybe Feral Lunge or something. And they got the Warrior's not going to get disconnected from the Tildar because he's got Condemn and Leech and stuff. I think mainly maybe the game plan is to get them all stacked up, and then they will just die on one point. But there's a bit of an odd map for it.
That's true. It's possible. It's possible. We've had our predictions. We're once again joined by Bookmark. Bookmark, what are your predictions going into this? Oh no, apparently we're not. Apparently we aren't going in. Oh, apparently we're having a quick remake here. Apparently there was potentially some issues, so we're going to get those sorted first. You know, that could be a number of things here. And I think we've had some, we've had a couple of interesting games so far during today, alone day one of this this EU tournament. And
I love European television.
European television is my favorite. No, I would probably say that it's definitely showing just how big potentially the skill gap is between some of these teams here, because everyone realistically is at a decent skill level, but then you just see the gap between Method EU and some of these other teams that are potentially pushing for these places in the AWC, and it does seem to be an absolute gulf, Lithy.
Well, you're kind of looking at newer-ish teams. I'd say recently formed, maybe started playing with each other this season, maybe the last season of PFA, things along those lines, versus established teams that have been around and playing with each other for years and years, especially on the absolute top of the AWC level, like Method EU. And that amount of experience, that's just not something you can just replicate in a few games, in a few weeks of the season.
That's very, very true. We're moving in now. The game is starting between TY1 and Reload Esports. Game number 2 of a best of 3 in the winners brackets. Bookmark, who have you got?
Who have I got? I mean, it's looking very heavily favoured into Reload Esports, right? But I don't know. I believe in Team Swapsy here. I think there's going to be some little backdoor secret strategy or something going on here. But we'll see as this match unfolds. Swapsy, the target of choice right now, getting chunked down by Mercedes. Doing a great job there. Swapsy caught up into a Stormbolt. Good job there. A lot of damage is coming out. It doesn't look like we've got much counter pressure coming out, though, by TY1 right now. You can see that Lontar and the gang, they're riding this momentum right here. The Earthen Shield is down, enabling his team to maintain the aggression. But then again, if this is Turbo, anything can happen in the blink of an eye. Zpi getting swapped over to here. A bit of damage that's going in. It seems that both teams are stable right now, but I mean, you can see the pressure that's coming out of Reload Esports. I think that these guys are going to be the ones to take the W.
Yeah, Ultra Problem is the one getting targeted here, though, at the moment. And, well, Volontar does get some heals in, so he is topped off without too many problems. PvP in a nice Earthgrab totem stuck there for the moment. Swapsy getting stunned up. So it's basically just good old back and forth, trading some damage left and right, looking for the big windows. Lontar getting hodged up. There's a nice knockback Kicksman. Cross that one off the list because we have some flying melee. But Insanity Kill, he is on Mercy here, and it does some pretty decent damage. Doesn't look too hard for the Warrior on Reload Esports at the moment, but that one's going to stabilize pretty soon again.
Zpi playing with that healing legendary, the chain heal, chain lightning. That's why you see all this lightning coming out everywhere. This man is just healing his team over and over and over again, hoping for that mana win. As Swapsy is now knocked down once again. Looks like the Turbo trying to go aggressive as much as they can, but they're just getting whittled down. The mana win from Reload Esports is really what they're trying to score. Lontar at about 90%, PvP at about 60 or so. The Fear comes out, tremored by Swapsy, and there's just a massive brawl on the middle of the map, and the Turbo's not really getting too much done.
But this is it, though, right? I mean, it was pretty clear to see that coming into this, the Restoration Shaman's always going to be ahead on mana, and that TY1, they had to play some kind of blow-up strategy here. They had to just catch a quick win early, and we're only 2.5 minutes into the game, and you can see the mana's not looking too great for TY1. By the time we get to Dampen, he's going to be pretty much tapped out at this rate. Something needs to go on here. Swapsy taking a bit of damage there in that Lightning Lasso. Ultra Problem, Zpi getting swapped over to. It looks like he's going to be able to survive, though. Great job by Lontar, and the off heals there from Zpi there as well. The Earthen Shield totem did come down. Swapsy having to activate his wall there, mitigating that incoming damage. Absolutely necessary there because the sack is down from the Holy Paladin. Insanity Kill here as well, getting cleaved on here. A lot of pressure that's coming out here, Lithy. I don't know. I mean, could this even end before dampening?
Oh, this can definitely end before dampening. Avatar is up for Mercy. Ultra Problem has the wall up as well to just stay in there, put on the pressure on Swapsy. Chain Lightnings are going out. This is not looking good for TY1 right now, but they can turn it around any moment because you always have to count Turbo in to one-shot you in a moment you really don't want it to happen. Lontar still has the link. He has the tide that is going out at the moment while they are just completely cleaving down Swapsy. Doesn't look like they might be getting a kill here soon, but the nice lasso with a disarm on Insanity, the bubble force from PvP, as well as the trinket on that Stormbolt. Nonetheless, it is not possible for them to keep Swapsy alive, and the Shaman just goes down, all according to plan for Reload Esports.
Yeah, and that is a huge ending there. Swapsy, the lasso coming in, he doesn't have anywhere to go, and as he's walking back towards his healer, Ultra Problem is just going Palpatine on him, throwing that lightning out, and he drops down. That was, again, that mirror match, there was a lot of damage going out there. You can see, obviously, on the damage done here, the amount of damage that was coming through. But once again, we're actually seeing a position where, Ultra Problem not really doing, he's lowest on the damage there, but he was probably the one that was causing the most problems. He was taking the most damage as well. But, a good match between two teams there. But as you kind of mentioned beforehand, Gallo, Reload Esports probably had a little bit too much.
Yeah, I mean, he was playing the Chain Lightning heal, so every Chain Lightning he got an instant Chain heal and into an instant Chain Lightning. So that's why his damage is so low, is because he's actually just healing a lot of the time, making sure that they have that win condition in dampening, but they don't even need dampening at the end. They had forced the intervene on the previous go. He had no Battle Master to use it on the previous go. There was no save by the light, and the sack was coming up in 5 seconds. So 5 seconds later, they would have been fine there, but they had this really tiny window where there was nothing there, and they really capitalized on it and scored the kill pretty early, to be honest.
Yeah, Ultra, as they say.
They got a nice CC chain on PvP there, a full hex that he trinketed into immediate Stormbolt that he had to bubble, and by then the globals ran out and they had killed Swapsy. So really good setup there on the healer as well. That does absolutely not help if your healer is just CC'd for 3 globals, where you can't heal you while you're getting one shot.
Yeah, and as said in the chat there, Ultra Problem causing the most problems. That's effectively, what we saw there. There was a lot of, a lot of back and forth in that match. I suppose at the start, you could potentially say it was anybody's game, but realistically towards the end, you just saw Reload getting on top quicker and quicker and quicker, and in the end, it's it was taken quite comfortably by them. So we see Reload Esports moving on in the Method Mayhem EU tournament, and we are seeing TY1 drop down to the losers bracket, and that losers bracket is looking pretty interesting. There's some very, very interesting teams down there. We obviously see TY1 versus My Way and Bad RNG versus Win on Blue, but the semi-finals of the upper brackets, Method EU versus Reload Esports. Gelu, we are in for a hell of a day tomorrow when it comes to these games in the Method Mayhem.
Oh yeah, Method EU previously lost to Reload Esports in the OGC, if I am not mistaken. So that is definitely a series to look out for. I think Method EU have done a lot more practice since then. My Way versus TY1. Typically, Turbo is kind of a comp you struggle into as jungle, so that should be another close series as well. But, My Way, already an established team, will they win against the kind of pick-up Turbo of TY? We'll have to see.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if, obviously, with the losers bracket, there's always the chance of us seeing some rematches as well, which, at this point is always, very, 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 very interesting to see how these teams kind of react to facing off against each other again, especially when they're in that position, Lithy, of, we've already played you, we know what you can do, we know what we can do. Let's see if this is going to be slightly different this time around.
Well, we gotta factor in the fact that we're playing on live servers at the moment, because on Tournament Realm you obviously have all the options in terms of characters and comps. On live server, only whatever you have leveled. Although you gotta say, most of these players have a bunch of characters ready, and some of them even for 2 or 3 different covenants. I'm pretty sure Mercy has like 2 or 3 different warriors fully decked out in gear and everything for different covenants. So yeah, it's wait and see. Gallo already mentioned between Reload and Method EU, they're kind of splitting 50-50 in terms of the recent matchups. So that is going to be a hot series, to say the least. And of course, lower bracket, you're completely right. My way down there, win on blue, Bad RNG, TY1. So this is tomorrow is gonna be spicy as hell.
It's going to be very, very interesting. We are starting again tomorrow at 5 p.m. CET, so the same start time as today. And the first match that we are starting with tomorrow is actually going to be Bad RNG versus Win on Blue. So we are going to be starting in that lower bracket to see exactly what happens as we move up to the grand final. But I do have to give special mention, obviously, to the prize pool. Now, the prize pool that is happening for this tournament is being increased through crowdfunding from the community, from you folks in Twitch chat. !crowdfund gives you all the information that you need to know. 100% of the donations given to this crowdfunding prize pool will be sent over to the players. The breakpoints and everything is available there. You can find it all on that link that is put into the Nightbot command after !crowdfund. And also all of your subscriptions as well. So your subscriptions during this time frame, during the tournament, will add $2.50 to the prize pool as well. Gives you access to ad-free viewing of the Method Twitch stream on top of all of the fantastic sub emotes that are available. But for today, from myself, from Lithy, from Gelu, I'd like to thank you joining us for the day one of the Method Mayhem EU tournament. We will see you tomorrow at 5 p.m. CET.
What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted? Are we stranded? Is it too late? Is it too late to color feelings that have faded? Complicated. I'm waiting for an answer, waiting for a sparkle to come to ignite love. I need no second chances. I'm tired of romances without love. So where do we go when we can't find our way? I don't wanna be alone. I need you tonight and I don't wanna wait. I want you to show me the way. 'Cause I'm a satellite around your love. Tonight, nothing's gonna bring me down. As long as the stars in the sky, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes, as long as the stars in your eyes. It's breaking my heart, it's breaking my heart to see you acting like you don't care, like a nightmare. What happened to us? What happened to all the love we always took for granted?